Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's awesome. There's two people here already. Always makes me feel in a positive way when people are happy to be here. And um, so I usually have a whole plan for everything. Um, this week, I just thought um, just chat, see how it goes. Red Rose is here. How you going, Red Rose? Great to see you here. Um, so yeah, I usually start the chat with what I've been doing through the week, and it's been a pretty difficult week, really. So, normally I want to talk about it all. Normally I want to talk about it all, like as you know, that I like to talk. I sit here and talk for 3 or 4 hours at a time. So people know that I enjoy talk. I'm very quiet normally. Uh, like I'm very much quiet person most of the time. And happy Hermit's here. Awesome to see you here, mate. So good to see you here. So yeah, like I'm known to be someone who speaks as a lot and talks very much, and that's why these streams are great for me because it gives me an opportunity to just talk, and I don't have to actually speak for the whole time. I can speak for the first half, and then the rest I'm reading the chat and responding to the chat. So it's like it's not so much me speaking, I'm speaking on behalf of other people. So take some of the pressure of that away. So um, so yeah, like it's been another week, and um, there's been some positive stuff. Like so, I had my second student for the mindfulness uh, training, the first lesson, and it was really good. Um, and I had the third lesson with my first student, so I've got two students now, and that's really awesome. It's going really well. Getting lots of good feedback from them both now, and I'm very optimistic now that this is something that I'm passionate about, and it's something that I want to share, and so that gives me a good um, standing to do something with it. Um, in uh, the picture, the thumbnail for the video, it shows me with like a phone and a selfie, like a tripod selfie cam thing. I'd ordered a microphone and a tripod mount from a shop, and I only got the tripod mount. And then I found out that the microphone was on back order, and I didn't see it in the thing, so I was pretty upset when that happened. So I have no idea when the microphone's going to arrive. So it could be a month away for all I know. Which is no, it's probably only a few weeks, but either way, I just was upset because normally I pay attention, and if something said back order, I would have taken notice and not ordered it, gone somewhere else, and I didn't notice that. So I was sort of angry at myself for making a bad decision. So I was looking forward to doing live streams in the bush and down the creek and going for walks. So that's still going to happen. It's just not going to happen straight away because I don't want to rely on the microphone that's in my phone. I want a better quality sound so that people can hear it better. Um, so there has been some positive stuff. You know, generally my life has, um, you know, like I didn't have, yeah, awesome. Happy Herman says that's going to be awesome. Love seeing um, areas around where people live. Yeah, totally. So I've got a lake, like it's not a lake, it's smaller than that. It's a reservoir that's near me, and I live right on the edge of like bushland, and I've got a creek within a kilometre. So there's some nice places I can go, very tranquil, peaceful places that are beautiful nature, and so that's going to be awesome to do that, and I look forward to it. And so I didn't have any major trauma triggers this week. I sort of had some, but they weren't extreme. They were manageable. Um, Obviously, I had that stream I did a few days ago where I talked about what I went through over the last few months, and that was difficult to do. And I think I had sort of handled it correctly. You know, I have no ill will towards this person, and I sort of wish them well. But it was something that very much upset me and almost drove me to stop making videos or streaming altogether. So I'm glad I was pushed through with that, and I didn't quit. You know, because one thing, I don't give up on things. Are you sure's here? Awesome. Are you sure says hi, Red Rose. Hi, Happy Hermit. Hi, Luke. How you going? Are you sure? Good to see you here. Yeah, I have this thing where I don't give up easily. Although at the same time I do give up on things. So, and then I regret when I do. Um, it takes a lot to really get me to stop, and that's when there's it's often most unfortunate thing. It's often other people's lack of faith in me that causes me to give up on things, and at the same time, it's quite funny that people's lack of faith in me is what drives me to strive harder, to push through, to actually keep going. So it's very much a difficult. Um, it's not diametrically opposed or anything. It's actually two sides of the same coin, so that it could go either way. And I grapple with that as a thing. So, and it's something I think about a lot. Um, One thing I do with things that things that I have a problem with failure, and obviously I've talked about self-sabotage, and the fear of failure. Um, Often it's um, futility can be a thing that causes me to give up, and but even when I sort of give up on things, I don't completely like give up. I still strive to. I don't like, you know, music's an example. Like I went through several times where I gave up making music and playing instruments, playing music, and then I'd return to it after years of not. And other times I would sort of give up on really putting attention into it, but I would still keep it sort of going a little bit. So I'd keep playing enough guitar to not completely forget it, you know. But with like I'm starting to actually think about getting back into music. I'm thinking about getting a I've got an audio recorder which I've shown you. I don't know where it is, but yeah, it's somewhere here. It's I know it's over there. It doesn't do overdubs. I think it may do overdub, but I want to get a portable recorder that does overdub so I can do multi-track recording out in the bush, and that would be cool to sit in the rainforest and like make songs, and then I could film it, and then I'd have the audio of all the tracks overdubbed, so I could overlay the video from the different tracks, and it wouldn't be that difficult to do. And I like record, like I did music recording in all different ways. So making samples and using samples, making loops, playing loops, but also playing long things, traditional way where it's like hit record and play the whole song and not so I'd do it that way. I wouldn't I'd just play a track and then I'd record another layer and then I'd record another layer, and I wouldn't edit it afterwards. I'd prefer to actually just leave it how it is. Maybe adjust the EQ and that's it. So try and do it in a traditional way. So it's something I'm interested in. I've been thinking about it, but it's something that I'd have to save up for, and I don't really have the money for it. But maybe, it's something I could save up for. And yeah, I could go and sit in the rainforest and record a song sitting under a tree, which would be fun. And do a multi-track recording, So yeah, that's something I've been thinking about. So that's no, I haven't. 2016 was the last time I did a multi-track song, and that was a pretty epic multi-track song. And it's probably about time to get back into it. I like the last few years I've recorded around almost 30 versions of like a acoustic classical song, and that was a good experience to do. And so I don't give up on things completely. I just maybe sometimes don't. I want to get back playing guitar again, and so that's why I've been thinking of other things. Um, if it's going to be too much for me to play guitar, I could get a multi-track, like a battery-powered multi-track recorder, and go um, make songs of tapping rocks together and tapping on the sides of trees and things. Something completely different. So that's a sort of takeaway from that is like, if you can't necessarily follow a particular thing, like for instance playing guitar at the moment, maybe something else that is still music, and then eventually I'll get back to guitar. So what else really? I've sort of dropped off from reading. I've been reading a lot lately, and then I stopped. So I've got to catch up. I've got some books I've got to take back to the library in 2 days. So the next 2 days, I'm going to frantically be trying to finish a book. So that's going to be fun. I think I can do it. I reckon I've got to, it's like when you've got a assignment due in like 2 days, you've got to finish it. So I'll be reading that all night tonight, and then all day, all night, and then into the next day, and then dropping the book back at the library 5 minutes before it shuts. Happy Hermit says, I've never been into audio recording, but I've always thought I'd like to start a channel where I set a camera up and a good microphone in a peaceful place just for people to use to relax to. That's an awesome idea, dude. You should do that. Like, and you're traveling around America, you should totally do that. Like, so that's what I ordered a microphone for my for my phone, and it's a microphone that plugs just into the USB-C, and it gives you, it's not stereo, but you can buy stereo microphones that plug in. So if you get a stereo recording, that's even better. Then people can listen with headphones and they get the stereo. So you can buy a good microphone that plugs into your phone, and your phone's got a good camera. And so the only thing you need to spend money on is a microphone. And so check out Rode microphones. They're really good microphones. There's plenty of other brands, but they do a good camera phone that's got a stereo microphone. That's an awesome idea, Happy Hermit. I reckon you should do that and then start a channel. And you get a tripod, like, I don't even know where it is, but I bought like a mount so it my camera can sit on a tripod, a little tripod, and you could do that, set it up. If you've got a better camera, good cameras often have microphone inputs. So just get a microphone that can plug into your better camera to upgrade the sound, because that's a big element. I think sound's like half of it, really. So I reckon if you started doing that, I'd subscribe straight away and I'd be checking it out. So, I mean, I do that myself. I've been doing sunset recordings with like 2 cameras and audio recorder, and it's really it's a very peaceful thing to do, because when you set the camera up, and you're sitting there watching the sunset. As soon as you hit record, you sit there and almost meditate because you want to be silent. You don't want to have any sound of the rustling leaves on the ground. So while you're recording, you're just sitting there quietly in peace until you are ready to stop recording. So it's really good. Red Rose says, yes, Luke, how incredible it will be when you get back into music. It has been a long time coming. It will happen in a way which will be magical for you. Thank you, Red Rose. Happy Hermit says, like in the forest, beach, etc. Absolutely. I reckon that's an awesome idea, Happy Hermit. I can't wait to see this happen. So, yeah, you're in because you're traveling around, you can just keep finding new places, and it's exciting. That's awesome. Harmony's here. How you going, Harmony Seeker? Good to see you here. Harmony says, sorry I'm late. No, that's all right. Red Rose says, hello, Harmony Seeker. Yeah, that's it. Harmony Seeker says IQ7 mic or Rode mics are good, or Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti is another brand that's good as well. You're onto it there, Harmony Seeker. Sherry's here. How you going, Sherry? Good to see you here. Red Rose says Sherry. That's awesome. Yeah, Harmony Seeker says extremely tired. Just sang 2 performances of Messiah this weekend. Oh, that's awesome. You would be tired. That's like that's epic. That's like that's a lot. You know, I've never sung on stage, but singing that especially would be extremely exhausting, and doing it twice in a weekend would be so that's really awesome. That's like, yeah, that's awesome. And Harmony Seeker says, and another 3 next week. That's awesome. How cool is that? Red Rose says, yeah, Harmony Seeker. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. Harmony Seeker says, at my church gig this morning, it's like 2.5 hours work, and the rehearsals 2, which were 3 days before the performance. So it's like you've been working on this all week. That's really, well, it's worth it, isn't it? You know, you get all the people that appreciate it. So that's really cool. And it's a very powerful piece of music. So, and I can see why you're tired, because it is such a I think the word I'm thinking of is straining. Like it is it's a tiring piece to play or to sing. When you hear it, you hear the energy that goes into it. So that's awesome. And you got another 3 performances. So that's really cool. So I'm trying to think what else, you know. The week has been what it was, I guess, you know. Preppy's here. How you going, Preppy? Good to see you. You did make it. Preppy says I made it tonight. Yeah, awesome. I got your email and I sent you one back. So hopefully you read it. It's good to see you. It's like, I know that it is like early, or not early. It's early morning or late night. I don't know how, whichever way. It's this Sunday night stream doesn't really work too well for America. So 1:30. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. So some places in America, I guess it's all right. Red Rose says, hey, Preppy. So, I thought that's why I just said friendly chat for this one. Like, I didn't really think to have a talk. Just let in this way too. Like, I'm with the chat as it happens rather than catching up with it the whole time. So I'm here right now, present with you all, which is good. Although I do like how when I'm like 20 minutes behind what everyone's typing, it does create this interesting time loop where I'm talking about what people spoke about 20 minutes ago, and then they end up talking about it again. So 20 minutes later, we're talking about the thing we talked about 20 minutes ago, and it just keeps happening like that. So it's sort of like we keep revisiting topics. So it's an interesting dynamic, but being present real time is different. Preppy says, I miss the books. I want to read a book with you when I can start together. Yeah, totally. So the next one, like I haven't read much. I've read the first 2 chapters of this month's book club. So I've got a week to finish it now, which isn't too much because it's one of the thing with book club is the books have got to be less than 300 pages long, so it does give you an opportunity to get through it reasonably easily. So we don't know what next month's book club is yet, but we've already got a list of 10 books. So next Sunday you'll know. And then I put it on the community page anyway. So if you check the community page or watch the stream, you'll hopefully be able to read the book while we read it, sort of thing. So it's summertime here now. It's officially summertime, and I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, which is probably not a good idea. and I have all the doors and windows shut because I don't want the sound of my voice traveling, or the sound of outside. So it makes it even worse. So I'm sweating at the moment. That's why I'm constantly doing that. But I'm not uncomfortable or anything. I'm just sweating. And that's obviously it's the opposite in America. It's getting cold, except Preppy, you're in Las Vegas, so it stays pretty warm all year round. Oh, you're having frost in the desert right now. There you go. So there you go. So you do get, because you're in the desert, so it does at night time it does get freezing cold. So yeah. And it is that time of year. So cold, below freezing. There you go. So I've never seen the snow. One day maybe. We do have, like, even though Australia, it seems like we don't have much snow. Our Alps are about as big as the Alps in Europe. So apparently, but they're not as good. Like, from what I've heard, I can't see how, like, you'd think that Europe would have way much more, but apparently when they add it all up, we actually do have quite a large area that is snowfields in Australia. And I wanted to go move down to Tasmania, which is the island off the southernmost tip of Australia, and I wanted to go live right near the edge of the Alpine region, so I would have been getting snow. Preppy says saw snow in 2008. Really? In Las Vegas? That's awesome. Hottest in your summer? Yeah, it gets to like, oh, where I live, it gets to like, you know, in the maybe 40 degrees. Doesn't get much over that, which I don't know. I'll have to do a conversion here on my phone. 40°C to Fahrenheit. But I've been in, it's 104. That's like a reasonably hot day. But it gets much hotter than that. So where I was living at one stage, it was 119 degrees Fahrenheit. And it was like that every day for ages. It was really hot. It was really hot. It got, and that wasn't even summer. Like that was November. So it was like, it was almost summer. And so yeah, where I am, it's the humidity that's the thing that gets to you. It's like a subtropical environment. So in summertime, the humidity will be extreme, and you'll just be sweating because of the humidity, and it won't necessarily get too hot. Like but it's just the humidity. Preppy says red rose is so sweet. Thank you. Red rose says, Preppy, you're most welcome. So but yeah, it's pretty humid right now. Actually, it's gonna rain for the next few days, and it's already, it's like the day before rain at the moment, and you know when it's like that and it's humid and you just want it to rain just to cool everything down. So it's pretty cool. Like there was, I didn't record it. I was going to record the audio because we had, I made a pond many years ago, and we've got one in the garden, and a frog came to live in it maybe a month ago, and it's I think it's a brown marsh frog, but it's got, we call them tock frogs because they make this tock sound, and it was just making this tock sound for ages, for weeks, and then we got rain, more rain, and then another one came along, you know, and then so it was must have been a female, and then they were doing like mating calls, and I didn't record. I should have recorded it. It was so cool. So for a couple of nights, they were just like, they changed from like making the tock sound to like this calling to each other, and there was like three of them actually. So there must have been competing. And then now it's gone back to just one of them. So, you know, they must have had a bit of fun, done their thing, and hopefully there'll be tadpoles in the pond soon. But like unfortunately, the bush turkey came through and it scraped all these leaves into the pond. So I'm like, that's where the frogs' eggs are. So I'm like, I was like, what did you do that for? I was upset. MJG's here. How you going, MJG? Awesome to see you. So good to see you. Preppy says, what do you consider strange pet? Do Americans keep animals that you don't consider normal, vice versa? Oh, Americans certainly have much more different types of pets. You have lots of our wildlife as pets in America that people have bred, Australian birds and lizards and things like that. And in Australia, it's more people. It's much more rare for people to have exotic animals. Like people keep snakes and turtles and frogs and lizards and things, but it's not very common. People that care for injured wildlife will have like possums and kangaroos, but that's people don't have them as pets. It's only people that rescue and look after injured and rescued wildlife. So yeah, not much. Like America's much more different to Australia. Like you go to a pet store in Australia and it's like aquariums, fish, basic fish, and but we're very protective of exotic animals because we've had so much problems with animals that have gotten into the wildlife, into the wild, and then caused damage. So yeah, you have to have a license to keep a snake or a lizard here, and they have to be bred in captivity. There are people that capture wild birds, but it's only a few types. So it's very restricted, and that's fair enough because it's poaching of animals from the wildlife for the pet trade is inhumane in a lot of ways. And at the same time, people argue that it actually prevents animals from becoming extinct when they get bred in captivity. So because of wild cats in Australia and foxes and cats have decimated, or not decimated, they've almost wiped out so many of our natural animals because they have no defense and are no natural predators that normally eat them. So as soon as the cats and the foxes came along, they just like destroy these cute little marsupial animals and they just feast on them. So there's all these places where breeding programs, and then they reintroduce them to areas. And it's not just foxes and cats, it's also this thing called humans. Humans come along and build houses and destroy habitat, and we point the finger at foxes and cats, and it's like humans are just as much responsible, if not more responsible, for it all. So the other one is rabbits. So rabbits eat the food that the marsupials eat. So they starve to death. So even if they don't eat them as like predators, like they starve them out. So it's pretty difficult for the native animals here. So that's why they're so protective of like yeah. It's fair enough. It's because there's so much damage has been done. But yeah, MJG says hi, Luke, and everyone, of course. How you going, MJG? Hey, check your Instagram because you and Kat won one of my paintings in the coin counting competition. So check your Instagram and pick out a picture out of the thing, and I'll organise somehow getting it to you. and yeah, check it out. You and Kat won the competition jointly. Preppy says they had to synchronize for their purpose. I'm missing where that was. Maybe that was to do with the animals. I was typing that as the proverbial turkey. Oh, exactly. That's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, the frogs, they had to synchronize. That's what they were doing. They were the first night, the first few nights they were doing the tock tock sound and then all getting closer. And then it all went off and they were like like that. And then they did that for 2 nights and then nothing for the third night. And then now it's just back to the one frog going tock tock sound. So the other 2 frogs disappeared, I think. I'll listen out again tonight. But yeah, it was yeah, it's cool. And they must travel far because I'm like a kilometer from a creek. And so it's only whoever's got ponds within the area that keep them going. So but it's amazing, how they can survive. And crayfish, they're cool. Crayfish are like they go walking when it rains, just like frogs do. But crayfish walk long distances when it rains because they can keep reloading water along the way. They find a little bit of water and they just get a bit because they breathe, they hold the water in these sort of things, and they still breathe through the water. So as long as they find bits of water along the way, they can keep breathing. But yeah, I totally get what you mean, like the synchronizing of the frogs. That's what they were doing. Yeah, and the turkey, the bush turkey it's hopefully it didn't kick the leaves onto the eggs. So hopefully I'll have a good look tomorrow. Red Rose says, "Hey MJG." Preppy says, "I think a lot of Americans are very animal centric, but not responsibly." Well, yeah, you've got sugar gliders. We've got sugar gliders. They're native and they're endangered, and you can buy them as pets in America because people have bred them, and they're like endangered here. So it's interesting. Preppy says, "I lived in Florida and we had bad reptile problem." Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like that Simpsons episode where Bart gets the was it a lizard or something, and then it just goes wild and then takes over the town. So you have these snakes in Florida that took over, and it's like, yeah, it's we got cane toads in Australia. So that was actually the government. The scientists thought it was a smart idea. We had these beetles that were eating the cane, so the sugar cane. So the scientists thought, oh, we'll introduce biological control. So we'll bring these toads in from South America. I think that's where they came from, and they released them on purpose. And lo and behold, the cane toads didn't go for the cane beetle at all. They just went and just took over, and they're everywhere. And cane toads are everywhere, and they've just caused so much problem. And it's a classic example of science with, you'd think, good intentions, but just absolute disaster. 100 years later, I think it was. No, it wasn't 100 years. I don't know when they released them. 60 years ago or something, or longer, 70 years maybe. I should look that up. I think it was the 50s or the 60s. But yeah, it's here we go. When were cane toads introduced? 1935. So yes, almost 100 years. So yeah, very bad decision. Very bad decision. The amount of damage that the cane toads have caused is just irreparable. Because animals eat them and they're poisonous. So yeah, they've pretty much everywhere. Not everywhere. They're in. They brought them into the state I live in, but they've spread to the other states. So they're in 3 or 4 states now, and they keep marching further and further into like pristine areas and like, yeah, they cause other animals to other frogs and that to, because the tadpoles are bigger and they eat all the food, so the other frog tadpoles don't make it. Yeah, awesome, MJG. Yeah, have a look. So you can pick one of those paintings as you won the contest with Kat. So Aishaw says, I miss seeing frogs and toads. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's the thing, you know, like if you're in a pretty cold environment too, so like even if you had frogs, they'd go hibernate in winter. I don't know, there must be something about that with frogs. It's only so far they can go before they, because we have frogs in Australia that burrow underground in the desert and in the dry regions. They burrow down under the earth like about 1 meter deep in the mud, and they make a cocoon around themselves out of mucus. It's like a cocoon, a mucus cocoon, which then sort of seals on the outside, and they'll stay there for like 20 years in hibernation, for 20 years under the ground, and it's desert, dry desert, and it has to rain so much that the water, it turns to mud again. So the water, it has to rain so much that the water gets down to the mucus, and then the frog wakes up again and it digs its way to the surface, and it's been sleeping for 20 years. So in Australia, when it rains in places where it hasn't for 20 years, the desert comes to life with all this stuff. It's amazing. And there's fish that do that too. We got the lungfish, and it does that as well. It's amazing what animals do to survive like that. Awesome. You're checking out the paintings, MJG. So yeah, you get to pick one of those. Preppy says it's also a lot of slugs ruining the environment. Yeah, we got snails. There's certain snails that are invasive here, and they take over creeks and waterways and stuff. So it is a big problem. Like, you know, what do you do? This is the thing that humans do. We sort of spread. We got ants. We got fire ants is the thing that we're worried about. But except I don't think they've taken over too many places. They've seemed to stabilised a bit. Preppy says Florida is notified to contact authorities when they see them. Yeah, totally. That's the slugs, is it? I brought a toad to Vegas in a rose bush. Like you knew about it, or just you brought a rose bush and the toad came with it? That's the thing. That's what happens. You know, it happens like that. And it can be shipping containers. That's what happened with the fire ants, I think. They came in on shipping containers in shipments of timber. Said he was ancient when he came out, so it was like he'd been sitting there for ages. That's bizarre. So wow, so that maybe it did the same thing. Maybe the toad went into like hibernation, and it wasn't until like it like rejuvenated and then just came to life again. Red Rose says, "Yeah, I would have done the same thing. Freaked out. It would have been a freaky thing. It'd be like, where'd that come from?" Happy Homer says, "We have hammerhead worms, which are really invasive as well. The fish carp is really invasive as well." Yeah, we got carp. Carp are a big problem in our rivers. Big problem as well. Because yeah, again they, yeah, and when they get into dams and lakes and stuff like that, so humans are shocking for like causing these problems. Preppy says, "Red Rose, I'm so sorry if I don't reply as much as I should. I've bad eyesight, mostly listening, but I'm still here trying." Preppy. Red Rose says, "All good." Preppy says, "Yeah, so many carp in Lake Las Vegas." Apparently, like people eat carp. Like apparently you can eat it, and also that's what they catch them and make fish emulsion out of them. So yeah, it's one of those things. Like we've got lantana, or we call it lantana, but it's lantana, and it came from England as it's like a hedging plant, and like in England it grows really slowly, and it's this really slow growing plant. And blackberry's really bad in Australia, more so in southern parts of Australia, but like in Queensland, lantana, Carmera, it is just it's a weed of national significance, and it is as far as biosecurity goes. Every politician should be doing everything they can to try and stop it, because within 10 or 20 years, it's going to make whole areas of Australia unlivable because of the fire danger. And it's like it kills koalas, it kills all the birds. This plant lantana grows so fast because of the tropical environment, and it's got roots. When it puts its roots in the ground, it poisons all the other plants in the area. through its roots. It's so invasive. Like and it was introduced as like someone brought it over as like, oh, this is lovely, let's put this in, and then it just went wild. So it's lantana is just horrible, and it's not just Australia; it's worldwide. It's caught in India, big problem in India, South America, same thing. Like anywhere that's a similar environment, because it just the seeds float, and birds eat the seeds. So birds will eat the seeds, and then it kills the birds. Cattle eat it, and then they die. It's animals get stuck in it and die. Like it's horrible, and it kills kills all these animals, wildlife, and it should be like we need to spend $50 billion. Australia needs to spend $50 billion to take care of lantana, and no one's doing anything about it. We've got the opportunity to do something about it, and it's actually the most important issue for this country right now, and has been for like 20 years, 50 years. But it's because it takes over so much land so quickly. We had all these fires in the last 10 years. They're all attributable to lantana. All those places that had the massive fires had lantana infestations, and because it burns. It looks green on the outside, but it's all just burns like petrol, and it just destroys landscapes. And I used to pull it out. I used to poison it and pull it out of the ground. I had a job on a farm where one of my main jobs was removing lantana, and I used to use a bobcat skid steer loader to rip it out of the ground. That would work. So mechanical is one of the most mechanical. By hand, poison works, but it doesn't completely work, and poison's bad. You don't want to put it in the environment. You have to pull it out of the ground with a machine or by hand. And the problem is it grows on steep mountainsides, so you can't get machines into those places. It's such a big problem. So we need to develop machinery specifically for this purpose. $100 billion. It's a worldwide issue, really, but we need to do something about this. Sorry, I'm getting passionate about something, but lantana is such a big problem, and no one's doing anything about it, and they're just letting it grow everywhere, and it's causing such a problem that whole areas of Australia will be uninhabitable. That's how much of a problem it is. Serious. It's really serious. I don't see why they don't get around to actually do something about it, because if the government and companies went around and made special machines to rip the lantana out of the ground, people would make money out of this. There'd be money for it. Real estate agents would actually people are buying properties that are infested with lantana, and they're not worth anything. So they're paying too much money for a property that's infested, and then it's suddenly not worth anything because it's going to cost them $1 million to get rid of. And they paid it $1 million for it. No one's talking about this. That's why it's such a big issue, is because no one's doing anything about it, and it's people are making big money buying and selling property, but give it 5-10 years, and all this large areas of land are going to be so infested with lantana that they're going to be uninhabitable. And we got an opportunity to do something about it now. And it's the wildlife, koalas, the birds, everything. It's all getting affected by it. All our national parks are covered with them, covered with it. The whole, like you look at it, the eastern seaboard of Australia is infested with lantana, and it's just no one's doing anything about it. $100 billion is what's needed. Like literally, the whole country needs to mobilize. You know, everyone would have a job. No one would be unemployed. We'd all have something to do. Why don't we do? You know, when things like this happen, this is when, like, why can't we do these things? Why can't we fix things? Sorry, I get upset. I'm getting upset about something and I'm getting fired up. So I'll stop that. But yeah, it's such a big problem. Where are we? We go. Hoover Dam, yeah, that's interesting. Well, Hoover Dam, like they need to rebuild it. They need to build another dam in front of it. They need to build a dam in front of it and decommission the Hoover Dam. Happy Hermit says, last time I was there, you could just stand by the shore and you'd see dozens of them just chilling by the shore together. Yeah. Especially at night with aerial light. There you go. So that small yellow and red flowers, that's it. That's lantana. They're pink purple as well. And the more toxic the different colors of the different toxic levels of the plant. So it's although you might be thinking of something else. I know you're talking about carp as well. They are terrible tasting. I didn't. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So they're not that good to eat. Asians eat carp a lot, though. I think they mostly fry it. Yeah, so if you season it and all that sort of stuff, maybe it makes it more palatable. That's it. You got it, Preppy. Yeah, that's lantana. I think you're talking about, because it is a problem in the States as well. Lantana is a big problem in America as well. Certain states, it's taken over, and they've got this method for removal, and it's like the spaghetti method. So on an excavator, you have this thing that spins around, and it just goes through and just spins, and it like rips out these whole areas. And when I used to use an excavator, when I used to use a bobcat skid steer loader, I used to like fold it over, sort of like kneading bread, and you'd roll it, and you'd do whole big areas. So I'm gonna have to take a toilet break, so I'll be back in a minute. See, I love it when I get excited about something, except I'm fired up because Lantana, I'm very passionate about this. It's something that if we did something about it now, we would save ourselves so much pain in the future because it's taking over so quickly. A year ago, I went for a trip with my dad for a few days to mountain range, a couple of 100 kilometers away. And the entire way we went one way and then we came back another way, like we did a big circle loop. The entire way, both directions, all I saw was lantana the whole way. Everywhere, along the sides of the roads, growing up mountains, everywhere, growing on big patches. And it's when it grows so thick that animals can't get through it. So they get trapped and then predators eat them. And then it burns. It burns hot and then causes canopy fires in the trees. So naturally, Australia has natural bushfires and it burns along the ground, and it's part of the cycle of life of Australia is to have bushfires go through. The Aboriginals, naturally, they would farm and they would keep the place natural and growing healthy because they would burn. And they kept that alive. It's all the eucalyptus trees, it's part of their life cycle is they'll grow and thrive from having fires. But lantana causes canopy fires, so the fires don't just burn on the ground, they catch fire up in the top of the trees and it kills the trees. So it's really such a problem and no one's doing anything about it. Everyone's silent. Like I said, $100 billion would fix it. It would take everyone, every state to get together, because even the states where it isn't existing yet, it's going to get there eventually. It's not just Australia, America's got it, South America, India. I'm sure it's throughout Asia as well, but I know that it's a big problem in a lot of countries. It's a worldwide problem. So we should do something about it, See, I've finally been chatting so long. I've got to catch up on the chat now, so I'll do it pretty quickly. Louisiana is completely turning tropical, says Red Rose. So Louisiana's turning into like Florida. Yeah, I think that's it. It's lantana is that very tiny circular petals, mostly yellow, red at the bottom. Yeah, usually it's the one color flower on the same plant, but there's variation of colors in the flowers. So they'll go from yellow, pink, purple, and red. And orange is another. But I think the more orange and yellow, they're more poisonous than the purple and blue. They're blue as well, bluey color. So there's lots of different colors for the flowers. But the stems are full of like barbs, like sharp little thorns. So they scratch you and then, they're poisonous. So when you get scratched by lantana, you can have an allergic reaction. And when animals eat them, goats, like they use goats to like get rid of lantana, and the goats don't make it. They don't make it. It ends up, it's inhumane. And same thing. Cattle cattle that learn that know that it's dangerous, they don't eat it. But the ones that don't know that, they eat it and then they don't make it. It's sad. And it's a horrible thing for them. It's just, we got to do something about it. I'll stop talking about Lantana though. They could use drones for the hard to get ones. Yeah, that's a good idea, Happy Hermit. We'll probably need to spray herbicide on it. Yeah, look, I think it has to be a approach that does include maybe 10% has to be, they have to use herbicide in the most difficult places, like steep mountainsides, valleys that you can't get to. And then everywhere else, rip it out by hand and use machines. I totally agree with you that there are places where it is required, and you have to sort of weigh up the consequences of using chemicals on the environment. I don't like it, and it's not good, you know. So, but it does work. The only problem is too is that if you don't do it properly, the plant becomes resistant to it, and then its seeds become resistant. So that's happening here already. We got Lantana that's resistant to Roundup, glyphosate, because people didn't do it properly, and then it didn't, you know. So, you know, I prefer not using herbicides for it, but there are cases where it's the only way you could actually get to it. But you know, the thing is, it once you actually remove it with machines and by hand, and it doesn't come back if you do it properly. So like the thing is the problem, they let it get too much of a problem. So Red Rose, yes, says Preppy, how awesome is that? Because Preppy says I'm Cajun. There you go. Preppy says, Happy Hermit, I respect it. I used to eat catfish as my favorite meal. I woke up one day and seafood was inedible. That happens to people, isn't it? That you just suddenly can't eat it anymore. And well, that's what happens here. The carp fill the rivers, and they make it so the catfish can't live, and the river cod. So Happy Herman says, I love fried catfish as well. Preppy says, I can see the Hoover Dam from my deck. That's pretty cool. I'm 70 meters, sorry, on the Colorado side. How cool is that? So you're right near it. You're right on it. You're on the dam. So you can go for a swim, not necessarily for a swim, but kayak or something like that. Red Rose says, Preppy, that is so amazing. Going to visit Hoover Dam and Colorado on my bucket list. Number one place on my bucket list is Italy. Preppy says number one. Preppy says, I'm at a friend's house a mile away from mine. I got to go, but I'll be right back as soon as possible. Thanks for being here, Preppy. Red Rose says, bye, Preppy. Happy Hammer says, speaking of seeds, I wonder if there's a way to genetically modify it, then reintroduce infested areas so that eventually the seeds do not have the ability to germinate. Yeah, there might be some way to do that. thing about Lantana is every time it rains over 20 millimeters, so that's like an inch of rain is all it takes for Lantana to germinate. So they can seed multiple times a year, and the problem is when you have roads and roadsides, it collects water and it puts water in certain places, and then so that's one of the biggest problem with Lantana, is that it multiplies so quickly. So if you get rain, and each plant can produce thousands and thousands of seeds multiple times a year, and the seeds float. So when big rains come through, the seeds wash into the water and then they float downstream, and then suddenly they're like miles and miles away. So that's why and then birds carry the seeds up into the high spots, and then it just keeps repeating. That's why it's such a problem, because it just spreads so rapidly. And when it gets thick, it gets so thick that you can't get through it. It's impenetrable. So also vehicles carry it, like when vehicles drive through Lantana, the seeds get ripped off and get stuck in the tires and get stuck in the sides of the vehicles, and then they shake out and then land, and then so it gets transported from multiple ways. Birds eat it, and if they can digest it without it ending their life. Otherwise, they actually fly off and then pass away, and then suddenly the Lantana grows there because it's poisonous. It's killed humans that eat the berries, because people see the berries and they think, oh, look, I'll eat that, and then no. That's it. I think I just reading your comment. How does it mainly spread? By seeding? Yes, exactly. So focusing on germination may help. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think probably. I think you're onto it. I think focusing on, so looking at the watershed. So doing groundwater modeling of like the whole of. You have to do it everywhere, and then you have to identify watersheds and where are vulnerable places, and then where water can carry it, because water will carry it, and once it gets into those places, it will travel, and then it will go all the way down, and when it gets to a creek or a river, it'll travel until it, and then it grows on this riverbank, and then it just keeps doing the same thing. It's it's like exponential almost, how quickly it's grown. So that's why it takes over whole massive areas, and they just write them off once they get to this point, and it's not going to be until the point where the land value of like whole areas is written off to zero. They're going to actually go, oh, I think we need to do something about this. Because there's all these people who bought properties that are going to be worthless in 5 or 10 years because they're infested with Lantana and it's too expensive to remove. Massive problem. So we're trying to be positive. We're looking at possible answers and ways we can do so. Good old hard work and humans getting in there and like ripping it out. Like I've done it all. I've used poison, I've used machines, and I've ripped it out by hand. I've done all the methods. Ripping it out by hand it's a lot of work. you know, it's doable. And there's a lot of humans, you know, like I said, everyone would have a job. No one would be unemployed. Yeah, it's similar to what they're doing with mosquitoes. They're genetically modified mosquitoes, and they're making it to where the males are viable and the females cannot bite, eat. Yeah, they're doing that here too. The same organization that released the cane toads are doing the same thing here. So let's just hope it doesn't do the same thing that the cane toads did. So they're doing that here too, because the males don't bite apparently, and apparently they're using a bacteria that makes them infertile. So let's just hope that doesn't jump from mosquitoes to other animals and then make other animals infertile. Because you know that's the scary thing with biological control is almost every time they've tried it, it doesn't work. You know, but yeah, it is. It's got to be better than like currently. You're right, Happy Hermit. At least they got to try and do something. Um, they use fumigation in so many places, and it's probably the same as in America. Like, so they go through and spray poison gas in the air to try and kill the mosquitoes, but then that just kills all the other insects. It's poisonous and carcinogenic. So, coming up with some other alternative. Um, so, you know, a big thing is not having buckets of water or stagnant water. Um, it yeah, mosquitoes are certainly a big thing. Yeah, that's it. They spray and fog for mosquitoes here, and I hate it because it kills so many good bugs. Exactly. That's exactly it. It kills all the animals, you know, and then and even the bugs that like haven't died yet, they get eaten by like frogs, and the frogs get poisoned. It's horrible. And it's obviously not good for humans too, you know, like this stuff they're spraying. So um yeah, it's you know, we don't have malaria here. We got Ross River fever, and there's been cases of dengue fever. So mosquitoes carry lots of viruses and things like that as well. Yeah, humans, hey, we 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 cause these problems for ourselves because we've disrupted the natural cycles of things. There used to be um, like animals and insects that would keep the mosquito population. So dragonfly larvae eat um, mosquito larvae, and they use, you know, like so all the pesticides that we've used and herbicides that kill insects as well. That's you know all this stuff. It's I try not to get too upset by it all, but the we've disrupted the natural balance so much that we've created these problems, you know. And then we have things like stagnant water that's not looked after, and then it creates breeding grounds. And then so What do you do? I'm optimistic for the future that like things will go back to balance with things just naturally. You know, if we stop using as much chemicals in the environment and um, have less, combine better practices as well as allowing the biodiversity to come back again. And you know, it's not easy as saying stop humans from going into certain areas, because that often creates just as much of a problem, because you got to fix the area once you've damaged it. You got to sort of bring it back. So Happy Homer says there's a trick to getting rid of mosquitoes. Set up buckets with mosquitoes, dunks in gross water, which attracts mosquitoes. After a few months of keeping the buckets full, you break their cycle. Yeah, I've heard that. There is tricks with that. And you know, other ways of catching and collecting the mosquitoes when because they do become plague proportions, because you know, unless there's natural tadpoles, you know, again, the cane toad came and like wiped out things that were eating the mosquito larvae. So now the mosquito larvae are in, you know, that's another thing. Yeah, mosquitoes don't fly too far. They don't, except they do get carried in the wind. So if if they fly up into the sky high enough and big winds come along, they will carry them kilometers. But generally, they don't travel far at all. They only stay within short range. So it's interesting. We've had an interesting chat tonight. We've been talking, like I went on like a full on. Sorry, like, but I get passionate about lantana. We got to do something about it, because it's going to take like people actually going and doing something about it. We got to develop machinery specifically to rip it out of the ground. Like these spaghetti machines that twist it, and like it's just an attachment on the end of an excavator. And we have laws preventing machinery going in to places over a grade of I don't know what it is, 20 degrees, because they say it's going to wreck the ground. But what's the lantana doing? They should say, okay, if you're going to rip lantana out, doesn't matter. It's better to get the lantana gone. And if you do a bit of disturbing of the dirt, if you replant the ground straight away afterwards and you look after it and you're good ecological stewards of the environment, then you're allowed to use a machine on a higher grade, like gradient. These laws preventing people from actually removing lantana, it's insane. So this is the world we live in. We need to do something about it. Politicians, I hope they're watching this. Watching this, and please do something. It's a big problem all over the world. South America and India. There's people in India developing machines to rip up the lantana and chop it up, and South America, same thing. we're all brothers and sisters. We should all be working together to make this thing happen. So thank you for listening to me go on about this stuff, and look it up. Look up about this plant, because it is the same thing. It's a big problem in America too. There's a few states in America where it's really causing a lot of problems. So I'm so overweight. My shirt unbuttons itself. I've got to lose weight. I'm going to do that. So, you know, it was good to just talk about stuff like yeah, like the chat. We don't know what we're going to chat about when we have these streams. Sometimes it's sort of more obvious, and then it sort of naturally goes a certain way. Other times it just happens, you know. I have talked about Lantana before on the streams, and you know, we got to do something about it. Happy Herman says, I've got to lose weight as well. I've been doing intermittent fasting and more walking with my dog. I have been losing a lot. Yeah, awesome. Intermittent fasting is a big thing. I used to do it. I still do it. You know, I eat 1 or 2 meals a day, but I'm not exercising. But intermittent fasting is really good for you as well. So I usually used to not eat until the afternoon. So I wouldn't break fast until 2 p.m., 3 p.m. You know, I'd work all day long. Sometimes I wouldn't eat till nighttime, and never had a problem with it. As long as I drank water, I'd be fine. No problem at all. And it's only when you start, like, it can be difficult. If you know, because people get used to eating 3, 4, 5 meals a day, and you know, we used to either eat 1 meal a day, or we would graze and eat little bits throughout the day. So humans have always eaten differently, and I totally think intermittent fasting is very good for you. And there's a lot of health experts that say it is good. Fasting in general is good for you. People have cured cancer from fasting. So, you know, you go into autophagy, you know, your body starts breaking down all the bad stuff, dead cells and toxins, detoxifying. Never gets a chance to do that when you're constantly filling it with food. So it's good to intermittent fast. Absolutely. And it helps to lose weight too. But and combining it with the exercise, so you're doing that. So that's really good. I just need to do the exercise. I haven't been exercising, so I've got to start that again. So it's good to know you're doing it. Like, you know, it inspires me to get out, and then, you know, I've been meaning to. I've been trying to do it a couple days a week, and I just haven't managed it. Too much going on, and we had rain, we had all these, but they're just excuses. I need to just like push through and like make it 3 days a week. I exercise for an hour and a half, and that'd be a good thing for me. But yeah, I do have to, I put on like 15 kilos in the last year. It's a lot. So I know I can lose it again. So I was happy when I stopped putting the weight on. So, you know, it just kept getting little bit by little bit, adding more and more, and then it stopped. And then I was like, well, now I have to try and lose the weight. And I know it's going to take a long time, but it'll happen. I just got to exercise. I got to exercise, do like push-ups and sit-ups and that sort of stuff I can do at home. Yeah, Happy Herman says, I know it's tough. It's hard for me too. Even leave the house these days. Yeah, totally. I'll leave it like, well, also like too, like you're going in America's winter gets really cold too, so it gets even more difficult. And it's I guess it's the same here, like the heat. It gets, you know, when it gets really hot, you don't want to exercise. So it gets too hot early in the morning. Like say you got to get up super early to go for a walk, otherwise it's like really hot. And then it only cools down like late just before sunset. Happy Herman says yoga is good as well at home. There's a lot of great YouTube channels with regular schedules. Yeah, I need to check that out more too. You know, yoga is something I've never really approached yet. You know, I've tried a few times watching YouTube videos and never really done much. And I've never gone to yoga class or anything like that. So, you know, it's something that um, I've been meaning to do for so long and just never got around to it. But that's the good thing about it. You know, YouTube's got so much. There's so many YouTube channels that do yoga, all different types. And you can start off with the simple stuff and then build up. So yeah. Look up yoga with Adrienne. Yeah, I've watched her channel before. She's good. I actually have tried follow along a few times. Or Adrienne, whatever. I get it mixed up. Um, yeah, I've just got to do it. I've just got to like. I'll write that down. Maybe I can include that into like once a day or once a couple days a week. It's been an interesting conversation tonight. Like I got to like talk about something I'm really passionate about, but then I don't really get to speak about much because it's like something it's, you know, like so many things should be on the news as like a major issue, but they're not. Red Rose says 100%, absolutely. Are you sure says after a meal, flex biceps and calves, allows food intake to be used on the muscles. I'm writing that down too. Thanks, Are you sure? That's a really good tip. I'm just writing that down. That's really good. That's probably like, like just one of the main things that I've been trying to get as a habit, exercise. But like doing these things like that, Are You Sure, is something I can do a short exercise straight after eating, like you say, and then it's activating, and then it's really good. One thing that helps me is my dad gives me a bowl of fruit every day, just a small bowl with chopped up fruit, and I eat that with like muesli, and it's like the best meal. It's like really helping me out. Um, Having like a bowl of muesli with fruit, and such a good, and it's like muesli that my dad makes as well. Like he mixes it all up, so it's really nice. So yeah, even if I don't get good meals often, I'm always eating one good meal a day, which is that. So that's good. Are You Sure says in real time. That's it. That's good. So you're doing it like you eat the food and then you do the exercise, and then it's like processing it. That's good too, because it means the food goes to the muscles as well. Yes. Are You Sure says I started my journey with the Glucose Goddess. I've watched a whole bunch of her videos. She's great. She explains a lot. She's really good for explaining how, she's really good. And I haven't read, she's written stuff, but I haven't read any of it. But like I've watched a bunch of her videos, and it's awesome seeing someone who's passionate about like what they do, and it's like they worked out how your body works. And yeah, she's an angel. Says, "Are you sure?" Absolutely. Yeah, no, she's cool. So it's like and what I like about what she talks about too is she directly relates how much of an impact it has on cognition and thinking. Thinking. So when your glucose is like depleted, or you have the spike, um, it affects everything. And then it's not just your digestion, and it it changes your whole, what you can achieve in a day. Because you're suddenly like thinking properly and things like that. So I haven't watched any of her videos for ages, but maybe I should get back to watching them, and that'll inspire me to think about it more, work on it. I know that I work out how many pages I've got to read in the next 2 days. Where's this book? It's somewhere here. No, it's not. Where is it? There it is. Just a sec. Oh God, it's not that much. 120 pages I've got to read in 2 days. 60 pages a day. That's easy. I can do that. Tonight, between midnight and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll have read I might have read 80 pages. But it's the sort of book, it's pretty heavy. It's slow going, and it's the sort of book I'm writing notes. It's really good. I think I've showed it before. It's this one. It's written by it's a mindfulness and somatics healing, but it's written by woman that's like a Buddhist nun. So it's heavy on the it's got a lot of history, and she's also like a university student, and her parents were university. She grew up in the academia, and it's interesting. I like it when people, they include their own story and how they came about learning about stuff, and then the history of stuff, and then what they learned from it. So it's good. But it's such a good it's worth. I'm taking notes from it. That's how good it is. I'm learning from it to the point where I'm writing stuff down, which is to me, I don't know, I don't often write notes from when I read books, but I think just this one is. I should do it more often. I should actually write notes every time I read a book. Maybe that's something I start doing. Write notes every time I read a book. I get these books from the library, and I get annoyed when people don't you get annoyed when people underline stuff in a book you've got from a library? It's like, if people are going to do that, use a pencil and go back through and use an eraser and get rid of that. I get offended when people do that. If it's your own book, do that. If it's a book you've got from the library, don't scribble in it, please. Yeah, are you sure? Says spikes happen to everyone, not only diabetics. Yeah, true. Absolutely. It's like it is the nature of insulin, and this happens also. So we were talking about intermittent fasting and fasting. So when you do that, you have to be careful, because you will create insulin spikes going in and out of the fasting. So if you're going to fast for a day and a half or something like that, you need to sort of ease in and ease out of it. Otherwise, you can cause damage to your body. And I think I was doing that for a while with the intermittent fasting, and I've done it for years. I've done, I think, 5 years of, well, probably longer than that, really, because when I think about it, for most of my adult life, I'd only eat 2 meals a day. But true, intermittent fasting, where I'd be eating for 4-hour period, and I'd fast for 20 hours of the day. So even when you do that, you actually put your body through stress. You've got to ease in, and they say, eat certain foods like a leafy green, like those green drinks and things like that, to ease in and stuff like that, because you can cause insulin spikes. So you can, with intermittent fasting, you can be putting your body into stress mode. So it's not good if you do it the wrong way. Happy Hermit says, I need to look that channel up. Thanks for mentioning it. Yeah, it's certainly, certainly worth checking out. Happy Hermit. She's really nice, really well. And even like there's a lot of interviews with her on other people's podcasts, and they're just as good. But if you go to her channel, she puts a lot of effort into making her videos. She's very passionate about it. Are you sure? Says I first heard of her on the DOAC episode in 2023. Awesome. I'll look up that podcast too now. Awesome, we've got someone new here. Beautiful Lucindy. Beautiful Cindy. Sorry, how you going? Pleased to have you here. Those are tiles or canvases. They're tiles. They're about that thick, and they're like 50 centimeters. These ones are 50 centimeters square, and yeah, they're about 2.5 inches thick, and they're made out of geopolymer, like horse poo, paper pulp, and like fermented paper pulp. So all the bacteria that was growing in it as well, like fermented, and yeast, and then clay, ash, and some maybe 5% Portland cement as well. So they're not structurally strong. They're strong. You could build a house with them, but they're not like strong like concrete. Some of them are, like, they're all different grade. They're all different strengths because they're all different mixtures. But yeah, they're made out of. And I'm going to get back into making them, and I'll probably I'll show you, like, I'll grab. Here's one that broke. These are the ones on the edges. All right, and you can see, if you look on the side, you can sort of see, like, when I put too much paper in there. But if you look at this, like, if you could see this clearly, that looks like bone. This looks just like bone. If you cracked a bone in half, like, it's amazing. So, like, and that was like, different. I do different patterns and stuff on them. So you can't really see the one. See that sort of circular sort of thing? Yeah. So that I used like those grass weaving. We had like a grass weaved structure, like those dividers that you have in rooms with the three things, and it was all falling apart. So that's how I got those patterns. I pushed it into it. So, I do different stuff all the time. So one thing about this stuff is it takes ages to set. And the Egyptians used to, everyone, like, half of Egypt is geopolymer. It's not all carved. They used to make stone. Same method. Very similar method. The Egyptians used to say making stone was closer to making bread. And they used to have along the side of the Nile, they used to use have like these open pits, not pits, they were like beds, and they would make up tea. So they would soak the different organic stuff, materials in water, and then they would evaporate, and then they would scrape it up, and that's what they would use to make the mortar. So my methods weren't like there is a when you dry it out and then add water again, you get a different process. So mine was using the with paper. It has all the organic glue that they already have in the paper. So it's reusing the paper. And so that's why when it does set, it's quite strong. It is, but while it's before it's set, it's really weak. But when it does set, it's strong. And I'm going to get back in. I've had people on the channel say, you got to start making them again. So I will start making them again. So thanks for pointing them out. I'll have to, I really have to. But it's pretty cool having these here. Like it makes my bedroom look like it's like a museum or something. I used to have heaps more of them. And I like pressing plants into it too, like you get flowers and plants. And you can't see. I've got two massive ones behind these speakers. Each one of these speakers has got two big ones as well. And they got like the plants pressed into it, and then you peel the plants away. You might have seen on Instagram, there's a lot of people doing that stuff at the moment. So I'll get back into making them again. So, and it's a good way of recycling paper and cardboard. So oh yeah, beautiful. Cindy says, yeah, some like to break the book's spine for easy reading. Makes me mad too. Lol. Totally. That's when I was talking about library books. Yeah, that stuff is it's not fair, isn't it? People should respect. It's the same thing as people. I love graffiti. Like I love it when people spray paint along the sides of the backs of brick walls along the train lines. But I hate it when people scratch the windows of trains and like cut the, or just. I hate it. I don't like saying the word hate. I don't like when people scratch the windows of trains and vandalize inside trains. It gives a bad name to graffiti. Same thing with everywhere. People that just spray paint their name and destroy property. But I love it when people make art and like paint something somewhere. And it's the same thing with it's sort of common decency and self and not it's like self-respect too. It's not just when you're sharing some property, in public. It's like when people throw rubbish on the ground and they litter. It's just, I get so offended. And I remember a couple of years ago, I had It was about a year and a half ago, and I live at the base of a mountain, and I drove over a couple of weeks. I picked up rubbish between my house and the furthest side of the mountain, which is 40 kilometers, and I just basically filled up my ute like 5 times with rubbish as this thing I did. I'm not like trying to say I'm such a good person or anything. I did this because I was so depressed, and it made me feel better and gave me something to do. But when I was doing it, I only had like 3 or 4 people actually like beep their horn and say, "Awesome, good to see you doing, like, thank you, man." Like, everyone else was just like, "What's this guy doing? Picking up rubbish on the side of the road?" Like, it's like, yeah, I'm not asking for people to like give me praise or anything, but like, people are just like too afraid. It's because they're guilty. They're the ones. They're the ones who are throwing stuff out their window. You know what I mean? So, are you sure? Says hi, Cindy. Red Rose says beautiful. Hey, beautiful Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. Beautiful handwork. She says, and continues. Oh yeah, that's cool. How long does the whole process take for a tile? Well, it does take a while because you got to like, if you include collecting the paper, collecting the horse manure, and all the other stuff, like, you collect it over time, and then you make it, like, you mix it up like you're mixing cement, which doesn't take that long, but then it takes like ages to set, so it gives you heaps of time. It doesn't set like cement sets into concrete within half an hour. So when for instance, this is why it broke, because it takes days for it to cure. It takes a month to properly cure. And so that's what happens with a lot of geopolymer. It takes a lot longer to cure. But the modern geopolymers that have special binding agents do it a lot quicker. And they have reactive ones that do it really quick, and they get really hot. They have a chemical reaction. So those ones, this is a slow cure process. So it takes up to a month. But you can actually move but you've got like, 12 hours to work on the texture, like, while it's wet, 6 to 12 hours. And then after that, it's set. You can't do any more texture. But then you can't move it. It's got to stay where it is. You can't move it. If you try and move it, it'll crack. That's why this one cracked. But all these other ones, I left them sit there for a few days and then carefully moved them to dry. Red Rose, purely fascinating, gorgeous, Luke. Thank you. Beautiful Cindy says, how precious to do art from nature around you. You're a gift, surely. Thank you. It is, thank you so much. Like, so, the paper and the horse, like, $2 for a bag of horse manure. The paper's free because I was collecting free, recycled paper. And my sister makes ceramics, so I was collecting her leftover clay. So the clay was free. So most of the materials were recycled, And the ash came from all the fires we'd have in the backyard, in the backyard fire pit. So, yeah, Red Rose says 100%. Beautiful Sydney says, We got lost with tech and machinery, lost our artistry and innovation. So sad. Lovely to see people like you. Thank you so much. I'm inspired by all the ancient stuff. We definitely did. We used to be able to make amazing things. We lost all that, and we only sort of like we're only sort of now learning again these lost arts, these lost things that were, you know, like I say, like half of Egypt was geopolymer, like some of those giant statues are like tree trunks, and even the obelisks, same thing. They were trunks, and they were plastered over. They weren't stone that was carved, and it's not always the case. Some of them are stone carves, but same thing with the buildings. So it's all about rediscovering stuff, I think. Going back to sort of more natural stuff. It's beautiful. Cindy says, "You aren't kidding. It does look like an office of a museum keeper." That's it. Totally. I'll have to show you I've got some interesting stuff. All these pigeonholes on either side are full of cool stuff. So every time I'm doing a thing where I put a different thing. So I've got a teapot and teacups. Each time I put a different thing on my speakers. So that'll be my like interesting sort of thing I do. I've got so many. I just keep looking at different each thing. I've got to go through and clean it all because it's like a museum. It gets covered in dust. So that's my thing, is to go through all the pigeonholes of stuff and clean it all over the next few weeks. Go Fast is here. How you going, Go Fast Racing? Awesome to see you here, brother. Go Fast says, cheers. Didn't get the notification, but just had a feeling you should check in, see if you're alive. Awesome. It's good to see you here, brother. Yeah, that's unfortunate you didn't get the notification. I usually put, like, I had this one scheduled from 2 days ago, so it should have come through. So sadly, that's usually it happens. Usually people do get notifications, so it's upsetting when that doesn't happen. Because 2 days ago I've scheduled this one, and I'm going to try and do 2 days a week. So Friday afternoon American time, and then this Sunday night here, which is early morning America. Are you sure? Says, cheers, Go Fast. Beautiful Sydney says, people that can't see existence beyond their self-centered ego existence and sad reality. I also believe we are time delayed. So sorry if my answers are random. No, they're not. It's awesome. I love what you just said. And it's probably in response to me. I think I was talking about people, like, I love graffiti, but I don't like when people vandalize trains. If they didn't vandalize the trains, maybe they would let people spray paint more on the sides of the train lines. It's like this. It's an unfortunate thing. And it's the same with books. Like we were talking about books in library books, people writing in them and cracking the spines and doing all that stuff. It's not nice. Littering. That's right. I was talking about littering as well. It's amazing the stuff I found when I was picking up all that rubbish. Like, yeah, people just throw stuff away. Go Fast says, "That's a good thing you're doing, man. We're all on the same planet. Less trash scattered about helps us all out." Thank you, brother. Yeah, that's it. Like, I should do it again soon. Again, I'll do. You know what? I'm going to do it again soon. That'll be something. It was a while ago now when I did it, and it's probably time to do it again. It'll be a bit of exercise as well. I came across all these spots where the cars would crash, and I'd come across all the broken lights and bumpers and stuff in the bush. So people would crash their car and they wouldn't worry about like picking up the rubbish from the car. Then I come across these spots where people would like there'd be someone who drinks their like Red Bull or like cup of coffee and they throw it out the window at the same place every time. So you'd be like, why is there like 20 cups of coffee cups here? Like, and it's because this one person would just throw their cup out the window at the same spot, and it's like, I don't get it. But I mean, that's just people. Like, people ask, they don't think about that stuff. Beautiful Cindy says, I envy the patience of artists like you. I need instant results and gratifications. You're a great soul, really. Spread that knowledge and don't keep it. It's precious. Awesome. Thank you. I will. I have to get back into making these tiles. And that sort of inspired me, like, for the first, since I started doing the live streams, I had it all facing the other way, which was my bookshelf. And this was sitting here the whole time. And like, one night I thought, why don't I just turn the computer around and like make it look nice? I've got these things sitting here, so I was like, yeah, and it'll inspire me to get back to making them. So I've got to do that. So I appreciate your comment. Red Rose says, "Hey, Go Fast." Go Fast says, "Good to see you too. Just woke up, random 2 a.m. Then tuned in. No worries. Sleep pattern. I'm just working on motorcycles in the wake hours, regardless of the clock." Awesome. So you fix up motorcycles, or you just do maintenance and things like that. And motorcycles are awesome. I've always had my learner's license. I never got my full license. I never bought a motorcycle, but they're fun to ride. And I used to ride a little bit, but never properly. Motorcycles are awesome. And then, yeah, it'd be one of those things like, there's such a maintenance thing. Like, you want to, if you're especially fixing them and keeping them running and all that, it's like a good aspect to it. Like, it's your, it's, it's, it's a machine that you want to keep running smooth. And not everyone who rides motor, like, I don't know what the percentage is. Like, half the people probably who ride motorcycles don't do any maintenance or fix them, and then other people do maintenance, and then like the other half, and then a small amount fix up fix up motorcycles that are like wrecks and like old rusty bikes that haven't been ridden in 20 years and get them running and shiny and everything. And then you got people who make custom bikes as well. So it's cool. It's good to know you do all that stuff. Happy Hermit says that's a known bug right now with YouTube. If you're missing notifications from certain creators, unsubscribe from them and then subscribe again. It'll fix it. There you go. Good to know that. So if I notice people just unsubscribe all of a sudden and then like I go, whoa, what did I say? But then hopefully they subscribe again. But, you know, do that. If it's not working, unsubscribe and subscribe again. And then, yeah. But, you know, that's the only time I've ever said subscribe to my channel. I've never and I'm only saying that talking about it too. So I've always tried to avoid saying to people, you know, it's up to them to do what they want to do. If they want to subscribe, they subscribe. So I'm only saying that if you're already subscribed, get the notifications. So thank you for that info, because yeah, I think I've noticed that too with that, and it is like, to be fair, like YouTube's such a massive website and there's so many people uploading hours and hours of content every day. It's going to have bugs and glitches and stuff. I've noticed it a bit lately. I'm like, it's been running pretty smooth now. Like I've had a few weeks ago, there was glitches and stuff with the streaming, but it seems to be running fine tonight. Go Fast says, yeah, good to see you too, Red Rose. Red Rose says, go fast with the emojis. Go Fast says, spraying up trains requires one minimal consideration. The various numbers of train cars are needed. You only need to repaint them when the numbers are covered. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, I think there is a difference, isn't there? Like, in my city, basically, whenever a train gets painted, and this goes back for 30 years, like that. Well, no, some trains would run, but they generally would send them and buff them straight away. They wouldn't let them run. They'd buff them the same day. They might last for a few hours, but they just had this zero tolerance on the actual trains. But you know, some countries, they don't care. Like they appreciate the artwork and they let them. You know, it's different when they paint over the windows and the people can't see out the windows and things like that. So it's a complicated issue. I think it comes down to sort of a respect, and yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's worth having a conversation about, I think. And you know, one thing that's sort of certainly changed here as far as graffiti, it's become like street art. Graffiti has become a big thing as far as people are allowed to do it in certain places, and we actually have a street art festival now where once a year people get like massive areas, like whole buildings to paint, and you know, it's sort of changing in ways. So beautiful Cindy says, yeah, when we were youngins, we used to go festival spots and scavenge what they lost. You wouldn't believe the random treasures. Totally. People would I remember that, like picking up like all these broken sunglasses at a music festival in my city. And then I came home and I pieced together working sunglasses from like broken sunglasses. And they looked funny, but they worked. And I thought it was the funniest thing. People thought I was mad. And I was like, yeah, I picked them up for free. And they're like, yeah, but they look ridiculous. And I'm like, yeah, but it was free. Because they had different sides and different, like the lenses were barely sticking in there. Funny stuff. Go Fast says, yeah, I preserve the old ones, but build them from scratch. Awesome. That's awesome, dude. So like you build scratch motorcycles from like, that's awesome. So that's what I remember you talking about, like you did metal work and welding and you had a shop, but like, yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. I'll have to check out like um if you got an Instagram or anything like that, I'll check out if you share like pictures of your bikes you make, like customs, or you sell them. Not everyone sells. Like sometimes people who make custom motorcycles, they don't like they make them for friends and they don't really sell them in shops and things like that. Um, it's like an art form, really, isn't it? But yeah, some people do. They make businesses out of it and stuff. And that's awesome to hear that you. There must be like a really awesome feeling, like when you build a motorcycle from scratch and you run it, and then you ride it for the first time, test it out, and then that's pretty cool. Because essentially that's the history of motorcycles. Like the people who invented them, they all made them themselves. In a barn somewhere with like minimal tools, just like had a single. They had an engine and they pieced it all together. It's like a rich history of ingenuity and like know-how, and like pretty cool. Beautiful Cindy says, really glad about this very random YouTube suggestion of your live. That algorithm does work in my favor sometimes. That's awesome. I'm glad you joined us, and we're now friends, YouTube friends. Come and join the stream whenever you feel like it. I do streams twice a week. It may reduce down to once a week with life stuff getting in the road, but I'll always keep doing at least once a week. Sometimes I do 4 or 5 videos a week, and I want to get back into doing the nature videos, getting out and recording the sunset and things like that. I just haven't had the chance for a while. But I really enjoy these live stream chats, and having reading the chat and making it just as much about the people who are here and I also get an opportunity to talk about stuff. Like tonight, I was talking about lantana, this invasive plant that's taken over and like growing all through the national parks and state forests everywhere, and it's causing big problems. And I think our government should really do something about it, and like employ people to like fix the problem. Like everyone would have a job. People would get rich off it too. Like people who made businesses making machinery would make millions of dollars, billions of dollars. We should do something about it. Anyway, I get a chance to talk about stuff like that, and I also talk about it, whatever, and I do talk about trauma a lot. So if you look at a lot of my videos are about complex post-traumatic stress disorder and healing from trauma and difficulties in life. So it's not all happy stuff. So if you ever come across videos that are traumatic for you to watch, just click away, don't watch them, and sometimes we have in the streams, we do, often we'll have people come to the streams and they'll open up about their trauma. And it can be a real healing thing for them, and even for people who are here as well, even if just hearing other people's trauma that they can associate with, even if it's, not the same as what they've gone through, at least they know they're not alone in going through difficult times and stuff like that. So it's cool, like we generally have a very happy, friendly conversation going on. Sometimes it goes deep in like esoteric stuff and ancient civilizations, and we try and stay away from political conversation. We just try and stay away from politics in general. Um, Sometimes we will talk about spiritual stuff. But even that, like we try and be understanding, and it's no one particular religion or anything like that. All religions and beliefs are sort of welcome. Um, it's good. I think everyone generally gets along here and we all sort of get along and enjoy each other's company and chat away. And, again, like we don't know what we're going to talk about when we start. Like tonight, I didn't know what I was going to start talking about, and then got on all these different topics. So it's pretty cool. So I'm really glad you found YouTube does that. It's cool how the algorithm works sometimes. Yeah, GoFast says these days I work on my own projects and close friends. I don't take the opportunity to make good money for granted. Would rather make good fun and not be steered by profit. I like your thinking, brother. And that's it. Like, yeah, that's it. Like making them like it must be really satisfying building a motorcycle for a good friend and delivering the motorcycle, and they've been there the whole time watching it and designing it with you and telling you what they want, and must just be a whole special feeling, and for it to not be about the money. Yeah, GoFast says, yeah, to beautiful Sydney. That's how I stumbled across this live last week or two back. That's it, brother. It was so good. You just like it was right at the end of the stream, and then you joined, and then it was like again, yeah, you shared some very personal stuff, and you felt comfortable to do that, and it was well respected. Everyone there was like appreciated that, you know, and yeah, it's amazing I think about what you survived and how awesome it is that now you're making motorcycles for your friends. Like, so awesome. It's amazing how life just can go from one thing to another. Beautiful Sydney says, yeah, we're just meant to stumble upon it, I suppose. Go fast. Go fast says, over here they only paint the cargo train boxes. They don't mess with the passenger cars. Yeah, that. There's a bit of respect with that too. We call them coalies, like the coal trains. So people would travel to country towns, and they'd paint the coal trains and the the shipping container trains, and they'd leave them. Yeah. And it's interesting, isn't it? It's different all around the world. Different places have got different rules and respect. There's places in Europe where they don't care. Like, people will cover the windows completely in the passenger trains, and they don't touch them. You know. And yeah, it's places like where I live. If people manage to actually break into the cane, sorry, not the cane, the train yards, and paint a train in the middle of the night, it gets buffed within hours. You know, because they just got zero tolerance on the actual trains. Beautiful Sydney says, going back to graffiti, I have a graffiti tattooed on me because it's so beautiful. Lol. It's a mural in Richmond, Vermont, VA. Is that correct? Or Vancouver? I don't know what VA. I thought the VA was Vermont. By Ethan Crew, Woman in Strawberries. That's awesome. See, how good's that? Like, there was like a mural um, so awesome that you got it tattooed on you. And I know graffiti artists that became really good tattoo artists that, they sort of, instead of becoming mural artists and getting paid to do murals, they started doing tattoos, you know. Go Fast says, I've got a few private buyers that will buy my completed stuff. It's something I want to sell if it's something I want to sell, and others that commission my works. I should be posting more on Instagram, and plan to soon. Awesome. I'll have to find you. Is your Instagram Go Fast Racing, or just if you're happy to share? My Instagram's on my YouTube channel. If you click on my channel, I've got a link to my Instagram, so you can find me there and just add me or whatever, and then I'll find you, or even or send me a message or whatever. And yeah, I'm keen to check out the motorbikes that you make, motorcycles. Heaven's Home says, good evening. Welcome, Heaven's Home. Good to see you. Welcome here. Just a friendly chat we got here. I don't know if you've been here. I haven't recognized your name before. Maybe you've been in a chat. If not, yeah, we're just chatting about whatever tonight. Lots of different topics. Beautiful Cindy says, remarkable for you to offer space like that. Again, glad I found this. Definitely found a relatable mindset. I have to leave for work, but I'll be back. Subscribed. Appreciate you, Luke. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I always love meeting new people here and like-minded people and stuff, so you're welcome anytime. Like, it's such good. I love it when like lovely people come and join us, and like we have these awesome chats. And see that I'm smiling. So, yeah, have an awesome, like, I know it's work, but like have an awesome day at work. And I'll see you next time. So I'll check out that mural. I'll look up that dude. I'm going to write it down. See, this is what I do. Beautiful Cindy. Like, I always make notes, so people make suggestions and stuff like that. So totally. So I'm just quickly writing that down. Richmond. And it's by Edom Crew. And it is Woman in Strawberries. See, that'll be enough. I'll be able to find that mural just by looking that stuff up. MJG's got waving to beautiful Cindy, saying goodbye. Thanks for being here, Cindy. Red Rose says, go fast. That sounds really wonderful. You're putting a whole lot of time, energy, and sweat into your work. I can tell you're extremely passionate about your artistry of what you do. Red Rose says, hey, Heaven's Home. Go Fast says, yeah, extremely passionate indeed. Most customers are shocked when when the bill is zero or near it. Even when some of this stuff is months of day and night work, it's an art for sure. That's amazing. Yeah, that would really just like, people would just be amazed with that. And it's the passion, what, they'd appreciate that. Like they would just appreciate that so much, just having a bicycle, not bicycle, a motorcycle made for them. It's not just like given to them, it's like made for them. Red Rose 100 says 100% to Go Fast. Marina's here. How you going, Marina? Good to see you again. Marina says, morning, Red Rose. Morning, Luke. Marina says, morning all. It's 5:44 in the USA. There you go. Marina, it's 8:41 p.m. here. It's not even 9 o'clock in the nighttime. So that's the difference, hey? 9, not even 9 o'clock. So it's like I used to know roughly the time differences. So 9, you must be on the West Coast, I'm guessing, if it's 5:44. Maybe. Oh, you're on the east in Connecticut. There you go. Awesome. I don't really know too much about Connecticut. Like, have you got mountains and like, without me looking it up right now, I'm just trying to imagine it, because it's, to me, from someone who's never been to America, grown up outside America, but Australia has, grew up with American television, American politics, you know, we're allies. We've always had this connection with stuff. I do know bits about a lot of the states in America, but Connecticut's one of those states I don't know. It's like a mystery. It's like a mystery state. It's like what's going on there? Like, have you got mountains? Are you by the ocean? There's got to be something. Tell us about your state. There's got to be some interesting stuff. I'm guessing it's right in amongst, because there's a whole bunch of states on the East Coast that are not as big as the West Coast or the Central, and that's might be a thing. Maybe Connecticut's one of those smaller states. I'm not sure. So it's awesome you're here, Marina. Red Rose says, "Hey, Marina." Marina's, and Red Rose says, "Marina with the roses." Marina says, "The hearts and the Christmas trees back." Red Rose says, "Go fast." Yes, what you do, it comes straight from your heart and the pure love of it. That's awesome. And I've read that one about Marina, because she said I'm in the East in Connecticut. Red Rose says, "Yeah, it's 4:45 here. I'm in Louisiana right now." Marina's got the hugs. Marina says, "Ha, live on the ocean." So yeah, there you go. So Connecticut's on the ocean. It's south of Washington. I'm guessing it's not that far south. Maybe it's Virginia Beach, but so is Virginia Beach. Wait, Connecticut's. I'm confused. Connecticut's not is Connecticut's a state, isn't it? It's not a city, or is it in Virginia? Because you just said Virginia Beach, but Virginia Beach wouldn't be in Virginia. Yeah, it is a state. Yeah, there you go. So I did think it was a state. And so now I'm trying to picture where it is. It's further south. It's in the southeast. It's not up in the north. This is like, you know, I'm trying to get the picture of it all now. And it might be in where it's moving in. So you've got the Appalachians. You're not in you don't have the Appalachians in your state. They're on next to your state, or do you have some of the mountain range in your state? Or are you far south? Are you on the southern end of the Appalachians? So you don't even have them there. So there you go. Never been to West Virginia. Marina says, "Ha, I live in the ocean," but I'm laughing at the comment. I'm just laughing at the mystery state. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Connecticut. It's like a mystery state. Like, it is. To me, it was like I always thought, what's this place, Connecticut? Because I remember, when I was a kid, I used to I used to think of it like connect to it. Like connect to it, like Connecticut. Like, I used to think it was this thing, Connecticut. Oh, like you plug a thing into like you plug. Oh, come on, mate. Just Connecticut. Connect it. Connecticut. Or you connect to it, Connecticut. I used to think or I used to think of like, what's going on there? Like, what is it? So it's on the beach, New England. There you go. I'm going to have to learn all about. Here we go. This is what I do. I'm going to write it down. See, I moved to Connecticut when I was teenager, lol. So you grew up in West, no, you grew up somewhere, not in West Virginia. You grew up somewhere else, probably like us, maybe on the East Coast. Just moved to a different state or something. I don't know. Could be anywhere. Like, but it's interesting that like some people just move a few states. Some people move across the whole country. Like, you know, it's such a big place, America. America's like, when you think about it, Australia's the same, but like, because of so much of Australia's desert, you know, like most people live in a small part of it, you know, and we have like 20 million people in Australia, which is like the equivalent to one state in America. It's such a whole different thing. So I'm writing this down. I'm putting an exclamation mark there too. Connecticut. So I'm going to look up, I'm going to learn all about Connecticut. And then next time, Marina, I can tell you, I learned all about Connecticut. I can tell you all about stuff. Connecticut is known for growing sunflowers or something, or, you know, Bob Dylan grew up in Connecticut or some, I don't know. Who knows what I'm going to find when I look up YouTube. It'll be interesting though. It'll be interesting. If you're on the ocean, on the East Coast, no doubt there'll be like fortresses, like there'll be like, you know, stuff from like early times as well, you know, like there might be, wartime barricades. It might have had Civil War significance. I don't know what I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out stuff when I look this stuff up. It's going to be interesting. So awesome. So you're in the you beach town in the south, Virginia Beach. That's awesome. Never been to West Virginia. That's like the Bob Denver song, Country Roads. Moved to Connecticut when I was a teenager. That's right. I read that one. New England. Marina's laughing, listening to me talking about Connecticut. Happy Hermit says next stream would take on a new state. Lol. Yeah, totally. It'll be state by state. Luke's gonna learn all about America bit by bit. I'm gonna know everything about every state. I'm just learning it bit by bit. I can sort of close my eyes. I can picture, you know, like a bunch of states, you know, but there's just so much I don't know. You know, it's and then same thing with Canada. Like I'm like, oh yeah, I know some parts, but then I'm like, no, I don't know. I just don't know. I sort of have a better picture of countries in Europe, but even then, like, I know I can sort of picture where the countries of Europe are, and some of the, you know, half of the Mediterranean. I want to learn more about it all, really, because it's the whole world's fascinating, really. But you know, it'd be great to learn more about America and Canada, even South America. Like, I only know where like some countries are, and then other ones are like, I think I'm like, and then I get it, and it's on the opposite side, so I get them mixed up. So I just never, geography was never really something I paid enough attention to, and I never traveled. So like, all my friends my friends that I grew up with and stuff, like most of my old friends I don't speak to anymore, but like I still have old friends I speak to, but I never traveled overseas like they did. You know, I was going through trauma, in my early 20s, and they were all like doing the Europe travel, traveling across America, traveling across South America, traveling to Canada, doing all that stuff, and I never went anywhere. And it so I didn't have this sort of desire to really know about geography, and I'm only now sort of interested in really learning about it. And I think, if you travel, you're forced to know. Like people who especially backpack across places and travel by train, and spend months, 6 months traveling across somewhere. They get to know every state and country, like in countries, because they have to, and they also spend the time there too. Like they live there and they meet the people there and they work there and stuff like that. So I've never done any of those things. So it's like I'm so disconnected from it all. So I'm even the same. Like, in my own country, there's so many towns and cities. Like I know they're all cities, obviously, but like there's not many cities. But we've got thousands of country towns, and like you hear about them, and you're like, Where's that? You know, never heard of that place before. It's like it's been there for hundreds of years, and it's like never heard of it. It's like in my own country, and like it's just the way it is. Like I'm sure it's the same in America. There's so many country towns that you know you never heard of unless you've been to there or what and all that sort of stuff. So you know, I guess there's nothing to be ashamed of to be ignorant towards geography, because there's so many places, and not everyone gets to travel. And I think travel is where you actually really learn how to where things are, where places are, and things like that. So Sky's here. How you going, Sky? Awesome. Sky's Aussie as well. So like we have there's a few Aussies that join the chat, and uh it's pretty much international. Everyone's from all across the world, and Sky's a fellow Aussie. So welcome, Sky. It's good to see you here. Marinas says, "Lol," about. I think that's about me when I was still talking about Connecticut and America and everything. Marina says, "Hi, Sky," and Marina says, "Milford, Connecticut." See, with Milford, there's a place in New Zealand called Milford Sound, and that's like I don't know if it's a glacier or it's a national park, something like that. Marina says, "Yay, Milford, Connecticut, Luke." Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I'm going to write Milford. Awesome. I'm going to look up all stuff Connecticut next, and then like and like Happy Hermit says, next stream I'm going to learn a new state. It'll be something new. This is awesome. So yeah, Happy Hermit says, hi Sky, we're learning about what exactly those we're learning exactly those cooks in CT are getting up to. That's classic. So that's CT is the abbreviation for Connecticut. MJG says, hi Sky and Marina, Happy Hermit with the heart. Happy Hermit says, hi MJG. Marina says, hi MJG. Vanderhill. Sky says, which cooks is that? Or are those? Happy Hermit says, if you're interested in fortresses and castles, look up St. Augustine, Florida. I think I've actually seen that before. It's like a star fort or something, isn't it? Florida's got some super rich history from like ancient like the Native Americans, the Spanish. It's just full on. You know, there's theories that the Egyptians were in Florida thousands of years ago, and also the Central American, like the Aztec, were there as well, or something. I don't know. There's so much. Florida's interesting. A lot of mysteries there, you know. And apparently, if you look at like, because the oceans all rose just 10,000 years ago, apparently off the coast of Florida was like temples and things like that. So a lot of mysteries. And St. Augustine, I'm going to look it up. Marina says, yes, I live in Milford, Connecticut specifically. Milford's cool. Milford's a cool name. Sounds like a friendly place. You know what I mean? Red Rose says, hi, Sky. Happy Hermit says, next stream is for Marina and New England. Then I'll tell you about Florida. All right. There you go. So I'm right in New England as well. I might not get to that, but we'll get to Florida. I hear what you're saying, Happy Hermit. We'll save Florida for a couple of streams away. We have yeah, totally. This is fun. I love writing down all the stuff to look up, and then during the week I learn about all this stuff, and you know, I can go back through this is like a diary then, so I can go back through, you know, that's from another stream, you know what I mean? So it's good. Sometimes I write down quotes, interesting quotes that people say. Marina says, okay, Happy Hermit, my oldest daughter just vacationed to a little town in Florida. She loved it. Happy Hermit says, that's awesome. Y'all would probably love St. Augustine. I like it because I'm originally from Spain and it was our first settlement here. Yeah, there you go. So it has the Spanish Oh, I think I know that place now. It's really awesome. I think I know where you're talking about, and it's got like it's got lots of. They've turned it into there's like restaurants and stuff there now. It's like I think I know that place. It's got like the awesome. It's got a certain architecture and like I think I know what you're talking about. But maybe I might have it confused. But if it is the same place I'm thinking about, it's like got a village atmosphere, and they've these buildings of there's restaurants and shops, but it's still the architecture's all intact. Nothing's changed, and there's no advertising anywhere. So it's not like there's yeah. I'm not sure. Could be that same place. I'll find out when I look it up. Sky says hi, Red. Sky says hi, MJG. Marina says nice. Michaela stayed at Fort Walton, Florida Beach. I can't remember the little town though. There you go, Fort Walton. Red Rose says Sky with the roses and the hearts. Happy Hermit says that's the cool thing about the world is some of the nicest, neatest places are found when you take a wrong turn. So much to discover everywhere. That's a really good comment. It's amazing when things open up like that, you know. There's so much to discover. Like I never did that, you know. And I feel like I'm lacking in my life because I never really traveled. And people say to me, they used to say, "Yeah, but you traveled with your mind. You traveled that way." And I used to think, "Oh, they're just trying to make me feel better." And you know, they were right in a lot of ways because they never traveled with their mind. And they used to say to me, "How do you know all this stuff?" And I'd be like, "I just read books and you know, I research stuff. I used to go to the library all the time. You know, interested in stuff, documentaries and things, you know, like, and they were traveling the world, so they got experiences by going places, and I didn't. So they have knowledge that I don't have, but then I'd have knowledge that they don't have. So it's like I like that comment though, Happy Hermit. You know, Marina says, "Happy Hermit, I'm Spanish." Marina, I've I've been to Spain one time. Happy Hermit says, "Serious? Delujo? Delugo?" No, says Marina. Marina says, "I'm adopted, so I don't unfortunately speak Spanish or know too much about it. Um, I was there as a toddler, lol." That's awesome. You got to go there. My favorite food channel on YouTube is Spain on a Fork. Check it out. Spain on a Fork. They teach you how to make Spanish food, and it's like all using simple ingredients. I'm vegetarian, so it's really good for me. Lots of vegetarian meals. Um, awesome. Best food channel on YouTube, Spain on a Fork. Teaches you how to make like Spanish food, 10, 20-minute, half an hour cooking time for most food, but there's some food that takes 10 minutes to cook. Awesome. Really tasty food. And I used to cook like that naturally. So when I came across this channel, I'm like, oh, I love this is how I cook normally. You know, the way you the way Spanish food, you fry it a certain way, and like, you know, like you get the flavors, you know. The only thing I don't do is use a lot of paprika, you know, which is a main ingredient for Spanish food, but I use a lot of garlic and onion, you know. Yeah, I garlic and onion in everything. But like and just the different techniques of like cooking stuff on high heat and then reducing it down and then taking it off the heat and then frying eggs into it afterwards, or braising the eggs in this making like soup sort of. Oh, it's hard to explain, but check out the channel, Spain on a Fork. Really good cooking if you like Spanish food. But more for me, it's like simple food that you can, and one pot cooking as well is a big thing, you know, like, so you just have the one pot and you cook in them. It's simple. Simple is not bad. Simple is the best. Simple is like the smartest, you know, and yeah, check it out. Happy Hammer says, "Oh, that's funny. My mum is from is my oh wait is my mum from Spain also adopted to the US and by her uncle. Her name was similar to yours too. There you go." Marina says, "Thanks, Luke." I think that was when I was saying I was going to look up all about weed, Connecticut and that. Marina says, "I tried to find your Instagram, Luke, and Facebook, but I could not find it. I have photography on there." My Instagram's linked to, if you click on my YouTube channel, there's a link there that goes to my Instagram. So you should be able to click on that and go to my Instagram. But I think I've got my Facebook set to like not undiscoverable, like pretty private. So it might be hard. Like if you search for me on Facebook, you might not find me, or maybe you will. I'm not sure, but like, I don't get on Facebook all that often. I'm just trying to think. My Facebook profile is a picture of like a sunset. If you see like a sunset, that's me. There's a lot of Luke Johnsons in the world, that's why. So, but if you find me on Instagram, you can send me a link. I can send you a link through there to Facebook. I don't get on Facebook as much, and Sky says, "I'm not staying long. Wishing everyone the best." Well, it's good that you're here, Sky, and like next time you'll be back again. Next week or later in the week. It's awesome that you pop in and say hello to everyone and that. Always appreciated anytime you're here. And hope everything's going well, you know. I know you're going through like a lot of work, pushing through stuff and working things out. So keep doing that. I'll keep doing that myself. We're all in this together, you know. Happy Hermit says, "Marina, look up Earth Builder Luke." Yeah, that's it. Marina says, it is Luke. Yeah, that's it. Okay, on Instagram, Happy Hermit. Yeah, or Facebook. Yeah. No, on Facebook, Earth Builder Luke won't find me there. Like I won't share my Facebook link here, But if you find me on Instagram, maybe I can do that through that. So just find me on Instagram first, and then we'll then we can find each other on Facebook. Happy Hermit says, yeah, the original castle fortress with the cannons and everything still there. Lighthouse as well. And I think the oldest jail in the United States is still standing there. Yeah, I've got to check St. Augustine out now. Sounds really full on. Happy Hermit says, same here. I was commercial pilot for years, but never really got to discover the new places because you'd get in late and then leave early. That's why I love road trips now. Like, that's really interesting to hear that you're a commercial pilot for years. That's really interesting, and you travel obviously long distance. So you must have flew like commercial pilot, like can be like freight, or it can be like jet planes with people, like whatever commercial pilot would be interesting. Like, you must have had a really interesting career, and it must be great to have had that career, and now that you're doing the road trips and you're just sticking to the roads after like years of flying planes, like landing them and taking off, and then flying through storms and turbulence and all that stuff. Now, like, to retire from something like that, I think would be like, some people would think like they miss it, but then I think if you're a commercial pilot for a long time, when you sort of stop flying, you can look back at the time you were a pilot, and then you can think about all the things, and it's very stressful. It's a lot of, they're very, like, airplanes are pretty safe for what they are, but then you're still, they're only safe because the pilots are managing to keep them flying. So, like, you still have these, difficult things that so you must have some interesting memories of stuff. And like you say, like, as a job, you miss out because you arrive, like, and then you get in there late, nothing's open. You go to a hotel, you go to sleep, you wake up, you get back in the plane, and you fly off again. Like, you don't get to go and stay and visit and travel and do all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's completely different when you're the pilot. Sometimes the crew get to stay a day or two and then go on a different plane. But if you're the pilot, you generally stick with the same aircraft. You don't change aircraft that often. So you must have some really interesting stuff, like stories and memories from all that. Marina says, okay, thank you, Happy Hermit, I found it. Marina says, my youngest works on F-18s. She's stationed in San Francisco. She's Marine. My oldest is an RN. That's full on. Like, working on F-18s, that must be full on. We've still got F-18s in our Air Force. Like, I haven't seen them flying for years. We used to see them flying around, but they don't fly around near us anymore. But they're pretty cool aircraft. Happy Hermit says, I love that channel. I'm always cooking paella. Yeah, there you go. Spain on a fork. Yeah, it's a good channel, isn't it? Go Fast says, Marina, that's some cool stuff. Congrats on some cool kids. Totally. That's like, you must be proud, Marina. Marina says, Happy Hermit. Yes, thanks. I agree. Marina says, I found your Instagram thanks to Happy Hermit. Thank you. There you go. Awesome. I'll check it out later and I'll find you on there. Marina says, go fast. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, that was Go Fast that said, yeah, Marina. That's some cool stuff. Congrats on some cool kids. So I think I said Happy Hermit for that one. I was reading too quick. Marina says, no, I didn't find Facebook. More of my photography is on Facebook. Yeah, that's all right. Like now you found me on Instagram, I'll send you a link to my Facebook through Instagram. And then there you go. So you sent me, Marina says, I'll message you on Instagram. There you go. Perfect. So you'll send me your Facebook. And then that way we can become friends on Facebook. There you go. Happy Hermit says, it's an exhausting life, not retired yet, but so you're still flying, but now working in tech side. Oh, there you go, aviation remotely, which is welcome change. I still fly instruct on the side for fun. Cool. So you do you instruct for like commercial licenses or like, yeah. I mean, it's just awesome. Because yeah, once you become a pilot, like it becomes your life, doesn't it? You know, I always dreamed of flying and stuff like that, and you know, didn't get around to it. But like, it's an amazing skill to do. That's right, Marina. Like, I'll check my Instagram later. So just yeah, that's what happens with Instagram. I got to accept first, and then so as soon as I do that, we can chat. Go Fast says still flying and instructing large commercial. That's awesome. So wait, did I get this wrong? I thought Happy Hermit was saying, oh wait, no, that was a question. Wait, let me. Yeah, no, that was a question. Because for a second there, I thought, wait, I got it all mixed up, and it was like, and then I'm like, wait, is Go Fast a pilot as well? No, I got it all mixed up. That was a question. So Go Fast says still flying and instructing large commercial. That's the question. Yeah, it's a good question too. Because you could be instructing like single engine, like just private. What I don't know what you call it in America, but like, yeah, you got commercial license, and then you got your private license, and then you got sport aviation. We have in Australia for ultralights and small aircraft. Um, Marina says, "Yeah, very cool, Happy Hermit. Yes, I'm very proud." Happy Hermit says, "Not instructing in anything big, mostly 172s, Piper Decathlon and Piper Cub on floats." How cool is that? Piper Cubs are cool. I love all the short takeoff stuff, and like, I mean, they're just workhorses, aren't they? Those aircraft. They just run, and they last forever. You know. Go Fast says, yeah, it's only safe. They're only safe because they pay the assembly techs just enough. There you go with the laughing. Go Fast says, those are all pretty fun. Good change of pace. Comanche Cub with a Corvette engine swap is my current favorite of the Pipers. No sweet bush builds around here, or I'd probably play with those too. That's what I love. Those I love the bush planes. They're awesome. They're really cool. Like Love all that stuff. And I'm surprised they're not as big here in Australia. Like considering we have the bush in Australia. Like in Africa, they're massive because they're just essential. A lot of people that have, we got a lot of remote, like pretty much most people who have a property like big station in the bush, they are all pilots and they all have a plane, and they're usually Cessnas, and they've got a dirt runway, and they just have bigger wheels. They don't have, we don't like, they just have. We use a lot of helicopters for a lot of stations use helicopters for mustering, for rounding up cattle. Obviously, you don't use aircraft for that, but like aircraft are essential in Australia, and for people that live in remote areas. But a lot of people have private runways. But I love that whole thing about people landing in rough terrain and stuff like that. Must be scary, especially with the landing and then not having the nose wheel. But you have to have those two front wheels to land that way. So you just come in and land like that. So it's awesome. I love aircrafts. Aircraft, airplanes, birds, they call them. How cool is that? I've almost caught up with the chat after all this. Go Fast says those are all pretty fun. Good change of pace. Comanche Cub with a Corvette. Oh no, I read that one. Yeah, I'm in ME2, so I can instruct for all ratings and single and multi-engine airplane. That's awesome. Go Fast says, you ever been up in a Liberator? That's an interesting one. Or any World War II era prop jobs. Happy Hermit says, sport, private, instrument, commercial, ATP. So that's pretty cool. Happy Hermit says, I do fly Boeing Stearman on occasion. There you go. Happy Hermit says, be right back. Running up to get some coffee. I'm out. We'll be listening. Awesome. Go Fast says, those are fun. Can get them to wag the tail a bit. Just stay out of the ground effect. How cool is that? Like, the conversation's all gotten on about aircraft and that. I'll have to tell my dad because he loves aircraft, and I'll be excited to tell him there's some pilots that were on the channel. So that's really cool. So yeah, you never know where the chat's going to go with this. First we're talking about Lantana, and then we're talking about graffiti, and then we're talking about aircraft. Just all over tonight. We've got a list of stuff to look up and do. I got yoga, yoga with Adrienne, and then Are You Sure says, had after a meal flex biceps and calves, allows food to take on in the muscles. And then the DOAC podcast, I got look up Richmond, Vermont for the Edom Crew, Woman in Strawberries. That's like the mural at Was it Cindy? Beautiful Cindy? Yeah, Cindy. She got a tattoo. And then I got to look up Connecticut and Milford. And then also I got to look up St. Augustine, Florida. And then next month will be New England. Marina says, that's awesome. Happy Hermit. Marina says, oh, I love yoga with Adrian. There you go. And Benji. That's awesome. So it's been a fun night. It's always good, like learning new stuff and meeting new friends and sharing things with each other. And like I said, sometimes we talk about the trauma, sometimes we talk about healing, sometimes we talk about all different stuff. So that's what I like about it. It's not really, it's not really one thing in particular, but just appreciate everyone that we get a fun, interesting conversation, It's always good. I probably will have to have a break in a minute. Either have a break or maybe end the chat for the night because it has been going for 3.5 hours. Go Fast says, your father ever build and fly model airplanes? Well, when I was a kid, we did build a few model airplanes to fly, but I have a really embarrassing memory from that. Like we built like a balsa wood plane when I was a kid, and I took it outside and I put it on the it wasn't finished, and I put it on the driveway, and it got backed over by my grandfather, and it was so upsetting for my dad because we spent so much time on making it. And it was right close to the stage of really close to the stage of flying. It was a rubber band powered balsa wood, and it had the paper mache wings, but it was a true Cessna scale model. I think it was 1/12 scale. It was pretty big. Like it had wings close to a meter. It was big. It was a big model, and we spent so much time making it. And I was, and we just gone through, like, there was a pretty traumatic thing that had happened around that time, and so like I wasn't really focused, and it's one of those memories from when I was a kid. I felt so stupid for doing that. But I had these great memories of building the plane, and we never flew it because it got crushed. So, but it was one of those rubber band ones that had no aileron. It wasn't radio controlled or anything, so it was just a glider sort of thing. So you just hope that it doesn't crash. And I used to make the plastic model planes. Like I had fun at times making them, painting them up, putting the decals on and stuff like that. I only made a couple of them, really. They're fun to do. Wow, we got a storm coming. I can hear thunder in the background. It's rolling. I'm going to look at the radar. Yeah, no, we got thunderstorm coming through in about half an hour, roughly. Looking at the speed it's moving, we're going to get, it's not going to be a big storm, but there's a storm coming through. It's probably going to be more thunder and lightning, but I can hear it already. Forecast is for rain for the next few days, like storms. I might open the window just so that you can hear it, especially while I'm going to have a break for like maybe a couple of minutes, and I'll open up the window so that I'm going to get a drink, go to the toilet. I'll open up this window so that you can hear the thunder. But I'll be back. But I'll just read these comments because I see there's a new dude here, Brendan Tariff. Go Fast says, yeah, model diesels are popular in Australia. Castor bean oil and other for fuel, not regular diesel. Yeah, interesting. I'll check that out. But Brandon says, just came aboard only 25 minutes ago. New subscriber, awesome. And you, sir, remarkable in your style of communications and knowledgeable to carry. Being avid reader provides with diverse subject. Thank you so much for that comment there, Brandon. You're a legend. So great to meet you. Go Fast says, yeah, Japanese tissue paper covering. That's exactly what it was a Cessna. Or it might have been a Piper Cub. But just from memory, it looked more like a Cessna. I'll have to ask him what it was. But yeah, I was only like 5 years old, something like that, 4 or 5. It was one of the most embarrassing mistakes I ever made. I thought, oh, I'll take it out and put it on the thing. And then, yeah, got ran over. It was so close to being finished too. Go Fast says, yeah, well, if you feel like building another free flight rubber powered model, there's quite a bit more available successes these days. The wood is laser cut instead of die crushed or stamped. Mate, Go Fast. That's a brilliant idea. Maybe that's something I can do with my dad. We could work on this together as it could be a healing project we could work on together. That's the best idea, man. I'm going to do that. I'm going to look for a kit. Totally going to do that, man. That's going to be the best. I'm going to have a break and I'll be back in like five minutes or so. I'm back. How awesome is that? I just spoke to my dad, told him about the balsa wood airplane. He's like, "Oh, that's awesome." I just said there's some pilots in the subscribers, there's chats in the chat, and that. He said, "Oh, that's awesome." And I said, "Yeah." Talked about the balsa airplane and got crushed when I was a kid. And he said, "Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate." And I said, "Oh, friend suggested that they're really good these days, the laser cut and everything." I said, "Maybe that's something we can do. I'll buy a kit." So I'll write that I'll put that at the top. I've run out of space, so I'll put that at the top. I reckon I'd get a Cub. I wouldn't get a Cessna. I'd get a Cub kit. I reckon that'd be the way. So that'd be my choice. I reckon that'd probably be his choice too. He's a fan of the Piper Cubs, and the bigger ones as well, like the Cherokee or whatever. What are they? There's so many of them. I don't know. I don't know too many of them. I just know that I like the bush plane, the single engine, like utility plane, and they're just awesome. Can you hear that? That's the thunder. I've left the window open. It's late enough at night. No one's gonna. I'm very self-conscious when I think, my neighbors hear me talking away, like, who's he talking to? Think I'm mad or something. So yeah, I'll check that out with the. Thank you, Brandon, for that comment too, mate. I hope you're still here. If not, like, you've subscribed and you'll come again to another chat. So yeah, totally go fast. I can't wait to start searching for like a really cool model kit to make with Dad, and I'll buy the kit as soon as I've got enough money for it. And we'll just have it sitting there. And then I said to him, sometime in the next year we'll build it together. So it's probably a good thing to do during winter or autumn, winter, spring. And with everything going on with Mum, with her health, it'll be something like a good healing thing for us to do. Not now, but later, if that makes sense, So maybe it'd be good for me to buy it now and have it just sitting there. Even if it sits there for months, when the time's ready, we'll be able to just say, look, let's start making that airplane. And we can just got a nice table out on the veranda. When the temperature's nice, we can just sit there and get the instructions out and go through each bit. There's a nice, at the top of my street, we've got a water tower, and there's a really nice incline hill, so you could probably do some test flights on the hill and just sort of like it lands downhill, so like you could not wind the rubber band right up. That'd be really special to do. So thank you, Go Fast. Do that, man. Totally. Like on Instagram or whatever, send us some links. Awesome. That's really cool. And like I love radio control stuff as well, but I built a radio controlled glider, like a Delta Wing, and it was too heavy, so it never flew properly. And then I gave up on it, and I had like one of those before quadcopters and all that stuff. I had a like a mini coaxial heli, which was really fun. I used to love flying that thing around. I had good times with that because it was like you couldn't fly it out, like you couldn't fly it outdoors. It was just too small. Like the wind had just carried away. But you could go into like a forest where there was some wind and you could fly it around. But like indoors, it was fun. And then the RC aircraft it's so affordable now. Like it used to be so prohibitive. I really like the idea of a rubber band, just like the one Dad and I tried making when I was a kid. And I'll get the same scale. Like it was at least a meter wide, 3-foot wingspan. So I'll look for that. But yeah, send us some links. So I'm really excited about this. This is going to be something that's going to be good. And like I said, it'll be something I can maybe purchase the kit over the next few months. Let it sit there until the time's right for us, and it'll be a healing thing for us both to just sit there and make it, and then fly it. And if it crashes, and I said that to him. I said, "Oh, we can fly it, and it might crash." And he goes, "Oh, but we could just leave it. We could hang it up on the wall or something like that." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you could hang it from a cable from the roof and just have it dangling, and have as a it'd be nice to actually fly it though, wouldn't it? And if it crashes, often you can fix them, so we could fly it, and then if it doesn't crash too bad, we could retire it and put it on the wall, or you know Um, whatever happens with it, I think it's going to be awesome. So I really appreciate those sorts of things that just happen with these chats, like so many things. Like last week, we came up with the idea of like, because we got book club, which once a month we got a book that we pick out of, I randomly pick, which I actually have to finish reading by the end of the week, by the way. And last week we came up with the idea of music club, just randomly, and it's like, yeah, So I've got a list of songs here, and we didn't get that many songs. The idea is to get at least 10 songs. So how many songs did we get? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 songs. That's close enough to 10. I could do a community post on my YouTube and say we need 2 more songs, or I could come up with the 2 songs myself. But it would be a actually, I could pick one song, and I got a friend who's a subscriber to the channel who plays guitar. I could ask him to pick a song, because I was chatting to him recently, like that. He's really good at singing and playing guitar. He should do something with it. Like start writing music, or um, yeah, maybe he could pick one of the songs, and like I'll pick one of them. That's really cool, man. I reckon we'll take our time with it though, go fast. I reckon like we'd probably only get like a couple of 1 or 2 hours at a time, and we might sit down and have a beer or two, and do it over a few weeks. Straight, like take our time with it. But I see what you mean. Like the difference between the model that we made, and this was like early '80s when so the difference between the Balsa kits then and the Balsa kits now are drastically different. Like you say, you have all the sections pre-cut, you know, so it makes it so much faster. I think the finishing would be a good thing too, making it really neat. But yeah, build to fly. Yeah, build it to fly. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll build it to fly, and if it crashes, we'll repair it, and then we'll mount it on the wall or hang it from like a cable from the roof or something like that. It'll look really cool. But yeah, Go Fast says, yeah, you can probably finish it in 2 or 3 days time without rushing. That's good. So like 2 or 3 days time, we might stretch that. Like we'd probably take maybe 3 or 4 weeks, because we might not get to do it every day. A couple of hours every few days. Uh, that's going to be awesome. Even if it takes a few weeks, we might get it done in a week. Who knows? But Dad's 82, so I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush him. We just want to take our time. Go Fast says there are extensive models that can indeed take weeks, months, years to complete. True. Yeah. I think maybe we'll pick one that's like medium sort of range. I like the idea of the, not too much effort, not too complicated. I'm just thinking back at this one that we built and it was pretty complicated. A lot of work. And then, doing the paper mache wing sections and stuff was that was a lot of work. And then the new glue dries soon as you apply it. That's pretty awesome, actually. Because I remember that it was a big thing. Like you paint it and it would take forever for the glue to dry. So that's pretty cool to know that. Yeah, that's it. Well, the sections were often pre-cut back in the day. Yeah, they were pre-cut. Just probably, yeah, we had to sand it. I remember we had to sand everything and clean it up with knife, like a scalpel knife, and that was a lot of work getting them, neating them up. Yeah, they used to be die. It was die stamped or something, and you had to snap them out of the thing. It's all laser cut now, so not much finishing work before you actually assemble it. I really appreciate that. Fortunate just talking about that and then it becoming this thing that I'm going to do now. It's amazing how things like that happen. Starts off as had no idea we're going to talk about this stuff, and then got on the topic of aircraft and Happy Hermits talking about aircraft and Go Fast is talking about aircraft, and I'm like, oh yeah. And now I'm going to buy a model kit. How cool is that? I'm so excited for this. So yeah, send me some links. Go Fast. I look forward to it. So good. So I didn't expect to be streaming for anywhere near as long as I have been tonight. I thought it might just be an hour and a half or something. We're almost at 4. We just 4 hours just then. So that's a good idea. Maybe we could just not just get one. Maybe get one kit for the one kit to just make and really paint up nicely, and then get some hand launch ones. Because the one we made when I was a kid was one with land. We had um, the wheels and everything, so it was rubber band, and you let it take off from the ground. So we did hand launch it a few times. That's how much it was almost finished. We were just waiting for the right time to actually give it a go. Really, it was pretty much finished. So we just done a few glide tests with it. Yeah, I, I think that's a good idea. We could just have fun with that. I would really look forward to it. It's just going to be such a positive experience to just have something that we can sit there and yeah, we're going to need stuff like that, and it's going to be the perfect thing. Just appreciate it. So it's been an amazing chat tonight. We talked about so many different things. Must be almost sunrise in the States now, in some parts of the East Coast at least. You know what? It's probably I do have to actually um, start my night shift soon, so I'm going to probably end the stream. I want to thank everyone for being here and sharing tonight with me and us all having a good chat. Marina says, "Okay, Luke, thank you for being here, Marina. You know, I'm looking up Connecticut. I'm going to learn all about it." Marina says, "Bye all." Totally. There's a lot of people that also are in watch listen to the stream, so they might not be in the chat. So good night to all those people as well. Um, and I know they appreciate the stream, and they don't have to chat and be part of the chat part, you know, and they have just as good a time as we do, us chatting. Happy Home says good stream. Thanks, Happy Home. We had a really appreciate tonight. Thanks, mate. And I've got I'm up till it's 10 o'clock now. I'm probably going to be going to sleep at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I might get 2 hours sleep now. That's why I thought I'd finish the stream. Or maybe even if I get 1 hour sleep and then I'll be up for 8 hours and then sleep tomorrow. So thank you, Happy Hermit. It was really good. And thanks, Marina. Thanks, Go Fast. And Brandon, thanks for joining. Yeah, I do, because I look after mum through the night, and so I mostly sleep during the day. Although some days I can't sleep, like I'm awake until the afternoon, and then I'll sleep in the afternoon till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it varies. Sometimes I get to go to sleep 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., around that. But it's usually not until after 8 or 9. And then other times, like I just can't get to sleep, and then I'm up till like in the afternoon, and then I finally fall asleep in the afternoon. and then I get a couple hours sleep then, and then it was working all right for a while, where I was regularly going to sleep at 8:30, 9 a.m. in the morning, and then sleeping till 1 or 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And then sometimes I'd get another 2 hours sleep through the night. Like 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night, I might go to sleep for 2 hours. So I'd still get like 4 to 8 hours sleep, or sometimes 6 to 8 hours. So I was still getting like decent sleep, but then it started becoming irregular. So, but what happened yesterday was I got a really good sleep yesterday. So I only need 2 hours tonight, or even if I get half an hour's sleep, that's enough. I'll be right. A couple of coffees and I'll be right. Yeah. Happy Hermit says my schedule's been all wonky. That's I can well, you're still. I didn't realize you're still working. Like I thought you were completely retired at the moment. So like and everything would be all wonky. And even when you're working as a pilot, that must have been all over the shop. You know, if you're flying long distance. So all those, you know. So you would have been used to like having to deal with that stuff already, but the beauty of traveling around and stuff, and that's really awesome that you can. I mean, as long as it's okay with you, that's the way it is. It's unfortunate when it's not. When you want to sleep regularly and you can't, that's upsetting. And it's a little bit like that for me at the moment. But I'm still getting enough sleep. There was a few weeks there where it was pretty bad. And I'd crash every couple of maybe 5 days or so. I would just like crash, and I would just. But that I was only getting 3 hours sleep a day. Then I adjusted to it. I'm I'm in it for the long haul now. This is just my life now, for as long as possible. Is that so? And then, I mean, I don't have to work. I'm an unpaid carer basically. So I'm on a pension from the government. It's not doesn't pay me lots of money at all. But it's enough to live on, and it means I don't have to work, but I'm working 8 hours a day anyway. I'm doing 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, looking after mum. So it does add up. It's not the hardest work though. It's emotional, and sometimes it is when you have to be on call, like that. I've got to be there. I've got to be ready to jump and be there and fully at the drop of a hat. And I've fallen asleep. I've fallen asleep a few times, and it's really embarrassing. I'll wake up and like mum will be like, walked off and I'll be like, I've fallen asleep. I feel so bad. And it's only because I hadn't drunk enough coffee and things like that. Happy Hermit says, my schedule, oh no, I wish working remotely now. Oh yeah, there you go. So there you go. That's good that you're working remotely. You can work with the internet's great like that. You can do that. And that's what I'm hoping to do with my mindfulness teaching is I'll work from my computer. So that's going to be awesome. And I've already got 2 students I'm practicing teaching now. I'm teaching them for free, and I start officially in a month. And I'm going to start teaching mindfulness from here, from the bush. I might do it sitting in the bush, but I get to do it over the internet, and it's going to be awesome. Brandon says, "Hi Luke, I'm back. I was scanning your subject matter of video sharings. Admiral, you're on a journey of healing alongside many who could and do relate to struggles and challenges of life." Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much. I'm documenting my healing, and I'm also part of these chats as we give people the opportunity to open up and talk about their traumas and stuff, and pretty much everyone's got trauma that they experienced in life, and we're all working through stuff, and some of my stuff's been pretty full on, and it's good for me to actually work through it. It sort of helped me a lot, and thank you for your comment. I appreciate it a lot because um, sometimes I think, oh, is it right for me to share all this stuff? And then I get comments like that, and people comment on the videos and they say thank you so much for sharing that stuff. I feel like someone's speaking stuff that I can, I need to hear this stuff, and so, and I do worry too, also, whether if I say the wrong thing, it's going to be the wrong thing for people. So I've got to, and I want to, I understand, like, if something's triggering for people, they can always click away from the video. If there's something's too much for them, they can always stop watching. So I shouldn't feel so too conscious of all that stuff. If I ever talk about anything that's really full on, I put content warning in capital letters in the title. And there's only a few videos where I've done that. Brandon says, yes, I once worked as a mental health tech inside a state hospital and now in therapy as the tables have turned. So you've come to the right place, my brother. Like, if you ever want to talk about stuff, your experiences, and inside the system, and then you can be comfortable to open up here, and people will be very accepting, and I can just, as soon as you just said that stuff, I just was like, yeah, I can totally just you would have so much that you've experienced, and it would have caused a lot of yeah and that it's good that you're working through that stuff now. But like, yeah, it must have been a lot to see and experience and everything. So yeah, I I it would have taken a lot of energy and it would have been traumatizing for you in a lot of ways having to be in that role. And so yes, please join the chat, and if you ever want to open up and share about any experiences, we're here for you. And a big part of the channel is healing stuff. So I'm trying to learn how to do the healing um, on a budget. You know, I don't have much money, so most of the work I'm trying to do myself. But I am looking at what options I have. And, you know, I'm seeing a psychologist every 6 weeks, but for me, trauma healing requires a lot of things. Um, Brandon continues, no one escaped their life without struggle, pain, and sadness, just as most do not escape without happiness and at times support and love. That's so true. Brandon continues, I worked inside a state hospital to figure out and understand my own dysfunctional family dynamics, and life experience made me a more useful employee than the textbooks. It's amazing how much like that life experience and personal struggle in of your own personal experience with and how you could apply that. Like you could be more uh I totally hear what you're saying. You know that it gave you an ability to empathize with people there and know how to speak to them and understand them, empathize with them, and people can study psychiatry or psychology and do all these extra courses and stuff and still have no experience in the real world. And so you had like real world experience, and then you're able to apply it to people in real time, and they could appreciate it, and it makes a big difference too, doesn't it? Because people in those facilities they're afraid, they're incarcerated, and they're there against their will. They're being drugged. They may have had psychotic episode or not, but um, they're 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 there against their will in most cases, and um, people aren't listening to them. Suddenly, someone comes along and who can speak to them and understand them and treat them with respect. it makes such a big difference to them. So it sounds like you were that person for a lot of people, and even though like it might have given you like a reason to keep doing what you're doing, it would have taken its toll and worn you out over time, you know. So hopefully, it's not. It's hopefully it's not too. Hopefully it's not too much for you now that you obviously not you said it was you're not working there in that field anymore, so you're obviously away from it now. Brandon says, thanks for your time, Luke. I look forward to viewing your videos and joining the chat room. You clearly deeply understand human psyche and spirit connection. Rest well, Luke. Thank you, Brandon. I look forward to speaking more with you in the chat, and I think especially as I've got videos talking about my experience in a. It was I spent 2 weeks in a psych ward just over a year ago after a life crisis, and wasn't nice. They were friendly, like all the nurses were nice, but I had bad experiences. But I talk about all that stuff on the channel, so um, it was trauma-induced temporary psychosis. I'm much better now, you know. But when you attempt to self-delete, they put you in a hospital for a few weeks and put you on meds for a while. So I talk about my experience in some of the videos. You might have to search to find those ones. But yeah, I was only on the meds for a few months, and I'm pretty much sober now. I'm like the it was there was I think alcohol and cannabis were a part of it, and trauma induced. I was paranoid at the time, but it wasn't like there was a combination of things. And either way, like it was a first time episode, and basically ever since I've been happy, wanting to live, haven't had any uh, negative thoughts. I've just wanted to get my life back in order. Um, and it's amazing what's happened in the last. I've studied a few courses in this last year, and I'm starting a business, doing mindfulness. I'm sober. Like I drink out like a little bit alcohol every so often, not much. But I haven't smoked cannabis for 6 months. Um, I'm a carer for my mother. That's been a big thing, having purpose. Um, so yeah, I appreciate meeting you, Brandon, and we do have a connection like that I actually experienced time in a ward for 2 weeks, and it's never going to happen again. I tell you, it's never going to happen again. Like I think I'm so lucky. I'm one of those, and I've done a lot of research in the last 9 months, you know, and then I think I keep doing the right things. I've got a good future ahead of me now. Thank you, Brendan. That's it. Brendan says you have light in your life today and love. It shows. Thank you. So yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, man. Things have gotten better, and things are getting better even every day. And you know, I still have difficult days, but none of the stuff that led me up to that is ever going to happen again. MJG has got the heart. Thank you, MJG. I can't wait to MJG won one of my paintings from the last stream. Was like, we guessed how many 5-cent pieces were in this in this jar, and she guessed it right. Her and another person, Kat, and so they both won a painting. Yes, awesome. So you get to pick one of them. So that's cool. I love that. And I get to share my artwork that I made. And I made all those paintings a long time ago, mostly. Like, yeah. But I put a lot of effort into them, as you can see that some of them I put a lot of effort into. So I know you appreciate them, MJG, whichever one you pick. And Go Fast says, "Cheers, I'm back. Sent you a message on Instagram." Thank you, Go Fast. Like, I'll check it in a couple of hours after I have a sleep, and I'm doing the night watch. So I'll be up for another. I'm going to sleep for 2 hours, and then I'll be up for 8 hours. So I will end the stream here because I do need some sleep, at least an hour's sleep. I won't get 2 hours sleep. I'll get an hour's sleep, and then I've got to be up for 8 hours. So I'll have plenty of time then to check my Instagram because I'll just be sitting there reading, finishing this book, this mindfulness somatic healing book. I've got 2 days to finish it, but I only got 120 pages to read. So, and Go Fast says, yeah, go, yeah, you do your thing, take your time, just letting you know it's from me. Yeah, awesome, dude. Thank you. MJG says, see you next time, Luke. Love you all. Thank you so much, MJG. Happy Hermit says, night all. Happy Hermit's got the night all with the awesome emojis. Thank you, everyone. It's been an awesome night. Really appreciate it. We had an amazing conversation. And again, someone awesome joined at the end, like Brandon joined at the end tonight, and we had a great chat. So I appreciate that as well. So I look forward to chatting with you all again soon. Thank you so much. Much love to everyone.